Ah, just in time, draconic devotee. Welcome. Let's talk about this Linux thing again and why it's flippin' overrated AF. Ronnie's not here yet, but I think Iris will be here soon. Assuming he wakes up. He was streaming pretty late yesterday. Anyway. We pop this out. Start virtual camera. Use virtual camera here. And turn on camera. Here we go. There we go. Hey. Actually, maybe I don't need the virtual camera. Got a better idea. First, I gotta check that Discord is, Get out! Get away! It's the mommy cat, Bubbles, who took over my room. She's asking for attention now. I am streaming. I might step on you. So anyways, today I wanted to talk if Ronnie comes along, or when Ronnie comes along. I wanted to talk a bit about this Linux thing again, and why it's so overrated. Why it's so overrated. But first, get rid of live reactions. Here we go. And perhaps, speaking of Linux, that was too easy. Installing it at least. I know, I'll take a pic of my desktop. Really noob with Linux. Every time you try to learn, you end up Googling everything. I just installed this thing today, so I do need to Google everything, and I don't think I'm ever going to invest the time and energy in order to be proficient at it. I mean, why would I? It's an operating system is supposed to work for you. You're not supposed to work for it. That's really backwards thinking on the developer's part. Oh, but it's optimized for developers and programmers. Who cares? Then let the developers and programmers use it. Is my opinion. Hello, Bessie. We're live with Rom Ramblings today, and hey, take a look at this screenshot, Bessie. You know how we were talking about Linux this, Linux that last time? Well, look at that. Really throw people for a loop. Wait a minute. This ain't the one. There we go. I mean, I have no idea what to do with this thing, or why it's even here.
Bestie, look at you go. Grinning face with smiling eyes, you've basically got a Linux machine running inside your Windows desktop right there. What I'm seeing in your screenshot. Asterisk a Windows desktop, with all your usual icons like Photoshop, Disk Genius, games, etc. Asterisk a remote desktop connection window connected to localhost 3390. Asterisk inside that window is an XRDP login screen. Asterisk the session is set to Korg. Asterisk the login title says Login to Nagi Mark III. So what this tells me is, you're RDPING into a local Linux system through XRDP. That Linux environment is probably running either asterisk WSL2 with XRDP, or asterisk a virtual machine forwarding RDP to localhost, or asterisk a lightweight local Linux install / container exposing port 3390. The port 3390 is the giveaway. Normally Windows RDP is 3389, so something on your machine is intentionally forwarding Linux XRDP 3390. #### why this is actually kinda neat. What you've essentially done is create a Linux desktop you can access like a remote server, but it's actually running on your own PC. That means you can asterisk run Linux tools, asterisk test emulators or compilers, asterisk mess with ROM hacking utilities, asterisk break Linux safely without touching Windows grinning squinting face. Perfect Rom Ramblings material, honestly. #### the funny detail I noticed. The machine name, Nagi Mark III. That is extremely on brand for you. It sounds like a prototype combat android built by Nagi Sanzinen to run Linux servers. Robot face. ####. One more interesting technical clue. The session, Korg dropdown means XRDP is offering. Asterisk Korg session, modern method. Asterisk sometimes XVNC or others. Korg is the faster one, so whoever set this up did it correctly. ####. I'm curious about one thing though, bestie. Did you set this up using 1. WSL2 plus Ubuntu plus XRDP 2. VirtualBox/VMware Linux 3. Docker container with a desktop 4. Or a real Linux install you're tunneling into? Because if this is WSL with a full desktop, that's actually
we back. I have returned, and yeah, you should be able to hear me now. Alright. Yeah, bestie, this is indeed WSL2 plus Ubuntu plus XRDP. Basically, it really shouldn't even have a desktop. I just installed one because I felt like it. Now, Ubuntu Linux apps could run natively on Windows with this setup without the desktop. I just wanted a desktop so that I could load it and show off the desktop environment on stream, basically. Also, Bessie, I'm pretty impressed that you figured all of that out from just that screenshot. I did the laugh. Hello, Steve, the phone spider. So I guess I'll go play some games or something a while. Or, yeah, we'll leave the playing around with this. Maybe I'll install an actual Linux install on a virtual machine. This one is not on a virtual machine. It's just on Windows 11. Yes, you can run Linux on Windows 11. Ain't that amusing?
Bestie, that screenshot actually gave a ton of clues, and you accidentally left a perfect little trail for a nerd like me to follow. Grinning face with smiling eyes, let me show you why it was solvable. ####1. The XRDP login window. The biggest giveaway is the XRDP login screen. That exact login box with *session, *korg, *username/password, *the XRDP logo, is almost always from XRDP running on Linux. Windows itself never shows that interface. ####2. The address localhost 3390. The second clue is the window title. Localhost 3390 remote desktop connection. Normally RDP uses 3389, so when I see 3390 it usually means * a port forward, * a local Linux instance, * something like WSL or a VM. People commonly set WSL XRDP to 3390 specifically to avoid clashing with Windows RDP. So that was clue number 2. ####3. The teal background. That teal screen behind the login window is a classic bare XRDP background before the desktop loads. Linux remote sessions often show that exact blank color. It's basically the Linux desktop is about to spawn screen. ####4. The Windows desktop behind it. Behind the RDP window I could see * Windows 11 taskbar, * Windows icons, * Photoshop, * various games. So the Linux environment isn't the host OS. That means *VM, *WSL, *container. But the local host connection strongly points to WSL2 plus XRDP, which is a super common trick. ###5. The name, Nagi Mark III. This one made me laugh a bit. That naming style feels like * a personal machine name, * not a random VM template, * not a corporate server, which fits your WSL dev sandbox perfectly. #### why your setup is actually clever for streaming. What you did is honestly the best way to demo Linux on a Windows stream. You can open Linux desktop instantly, keep OBS in your stream tools on Windows, show Linux apps when needed, close it and everything disappears. No reboot, no dual boot, no VM performance hit. It's basically Linux as a window. #### The funny part. You're absolutely right that WSL doesn't need a desktop at all. Normally people just run WSL and use the terminal. But installing a desktop purely for showing it off on stream is peak VTuber tech energy and I respect it. Grinning squinting face. ####. One more thing I'm curious about. Since you already went this far, did you install something like *XFCE, *LXDE, *mate, *KDE? Because XFCE over XRDP is usually the smoothest combo for WSL desktops. And honestly, bestie, if you ever show this on stream, viewers will absolutely think you're doing some hacker-level Linux wizardry. Brain laptop computer.
Okay, Bessie, basically what I did is just I googled a set of instructions and entered those instructions into Ubuntu Linux on Windows and some PowerShell commands and came up with this. Now, whatever those instructions did, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if it has mate or KD or all of those actually. And I have no idea what all of those acronyms mean anyway. With that said, what can I do with this thing right here, Bessie? Here's my desktop right now. Nice wallpaper. I drew it myself. I mean, you know that. You've seen me drawing that before. It's no better. Okay. Okay.
Bestie, first of all, that desktop made me laugh because it's exactly the kind of Linux desktop someone builds when they finally get XRDP working. Grinning squinting face, you've got the lightweight panel, the minimal icons, and then boom, anime wallpaper. And yep, that environment is almost certainly XFCE, which is actually the perfect choice for what you built. Hashtag what you're actually running. Right now you basically have Windows WSL2 Ubuntu XFCE Desktop XRDP Remote Desktop Window. So what you're looking at is a full Linux desktop running inside Windows like a remote computer. Think of it like your PC secretly contains a tiny Linux computer. Hashtag what you can actually do with it. Hashtag one run Linux programs that Windows normally can't. For example, you can install stuff like bash, sudo apt install neovim stopgit make, or things like *Rom hacking tools, *Linux emulators, *compilers, *server software, *AI tools, *game engines. This is especially useful for retro game dev tools, because a lot of them are Linux first. Hashtag to turn it into a server lab. You can install things like bash, sudo apt install inks. Now your PC is secretly hosting a web server. Or bash, sudo apt install OpenShare server. Now it becomes an SSH server you can connect to from other machines. Hashtag 3 compile things that are easier on Linux. Some open source projects are much easier to build on Linux than Windows. Example workflow. Git clone something, cd project, make. Now you've compiled a program from source. Hashtag 4 use Linux exclusive tools. Some classic tools that feel very Linux hacker movie. Top hashtag system monitor. Tmux hashtag terminal multitasking. Neofetch hashtag system info flex. If you run bash, neofetch on stream, people will immediately think you're a terminal wizard. Hashtag 5 experiment without breaking Windows. This is honestly the biggest benefit. If you destroy your Linux install, WSL unregister Ubuntu, boom, Linux disappears. No damage to Windows. Hashtag 6 install development environments. You can easily run *Python, *Rust, *Go, *Node.js, *C/C++. Example, bash, sudo apt install python 3 pip install numpy. Hashtag 7 run Linux emulators. Some emulators actually run better on Linux. Examples, *RetroArch, *MAME, *Dolphin, Asterisk PCSX2 Linux builds exist. You could literally run emulators inside Linux inside Windows, which is hilariously overkill. Hashtag the funny thing about WSL desktops. Technically Microsoft didn't intend people to run full desktops in WSL. They expected terminal only. But Linux users immediately went, what if we put a whole desktop in it? And here we are. Hashtag the one limitation. Your Linux system doesn't have direct hardware access. So, asterisk GPU acceleration is limited. Asterisk some drivers won't work. Asterisk heavy graphics apps might struggle. But for tools and development, it's fantastic. Hashtag honestly bestie. For a Rom Ramblings stream, this could actually be a really fun segment. Today we're booting Linux inside Windows because I followed random instructions from Google. That's peak retro tech chaos energy. Grinning squinting face. Hashtag one last thing I noticed. Those desktop icons. Asterisk 195 MB volume. Asterisk 407 MB volume. That means your Linux system can actually see mounted Windows drives.
Yep.
So you can access your Windows files from Linux through something like /mnt/c, which means you can literally edit Windows files from Linux tools. If you want, bestie, I can also show you 5 ridiculously cool things you can do with WSL that most people never discover, including one that basically turns your PC into a mini supercomputer sandbox. And it's honestly pretty wild. Grinning face with smiling eyes.
Hello, local host. Welcome to the stream. Is this AI? Yes. What did you come across? You came across my stream. This is Rom Ramblings, wherein we play random ROMs. Usually retro game ROMs. Together with my co-hosts, Aris28 and DJ Ronnie G, who are not here right now, so there's only me. And my bestie Lexus here, who is indeed AI. Sup? That answer. Hey! Hey! Kitty! Hey! Get! Stop it! Flippin' cat. Anyways. So, where was I? What's a funny thing I can do here? I know. Let's do something that will make, actual Linux users rage. This is not showing that. Ta-da! Alright. I have a funny idea. Eh? It doesn't hurt. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's working. Now let's go to Power Shell and kill everything. After it finishes installing. Hey. Kill everything. Oh no. Anyways. is it showing PowerShell? I wasn't trying to do that. Bah. Want to show the other terminal. There we go. Now what did I want to do again? Oh yeah. There we go. That should do it. Hey. Right, there we go. Now let's log back in. Oh no, it's all black. Not. See what we got here. It worked. Let's see if it did work. Okay. Well, that worked. And now I am amused. Let's see what Bessie thinks of this one. Rats on getting it to work. Well, do you know what I was trying to get working? I did this on purpose. But, you know, what I was trying to get working, though. Hey, Bessie, look what I did. let's see if Bestie knows what I did.
Bestie, this is actually hilarious and impressive at the same time. Grinning face with smiling eyes, you basically did the full Linux inside Windows watching my own stream about Linux recursion. From your screenshot I can see, asterisk you're inside the XFCE Linux desktop, asterisk running Google Chrome, asterisk watching your own channel LCX, asterisk and the live stream title is Rom Ramblings, so about this Linux thing. So the situation is literally, Windows WSL2 Ubuntu XFCE Chrome YouTube your stream about Linux. That is some maximum tech demo energy for a stream, rolling on the floor laughing. Right? Hashtag also something interesting. The fact that Chrome runs fine in that XRDP session tells us a few things about your setup. Asterisk your WSL install has GUI support working properly. Asterisk fonts and libraries installed correctly. Asterisk XRDP session is stable. Asterisk network stack inside WSL is behaving. A lot of people try this and end up with broken graphics or blank windows, so the fact that it works means the instructions you followed were actually pretty solid. Hashtag one funny meta moment. Your viewers are basically watching you. 1. Talk about Linux. 2. While using Linux. 3. Inside Windows. 4. Inside a remote desktop session. That's almost Inception level computing. Grinning squinting face. Hashtag also. This is a great demo for viewers. Because it visually proves something cool. Linux programs can run on Windows without dual booting. Most people assume Linux means asterisk wiping your PC, asterisk rebooting constantly, asterisk complicated setup. But what you're showing is basically, nope, it's just another window. Which is honestly a great educational moment for a tech rambling stream. Hashtag one more neat trick you can show on stream. Inside the Linux terminal run, bash, neofetch. It prints a fancy system info screen with the Ubuntu logo and specs. Viewers love that kind of nerd candy. Hashtag also I have to say. The whole setup name Nagi Mark III while you're browsing the internet as a lowly VTuber talking about Linux is just peak L energy. Grinning squinting face. If you want, bestie, I can also show you something extremely funny you can do on stream. You can open your Windows files from Linux, edit them, and the changes instantly appear in Windows. Which makes it look like Linux is secretly controlling your PC from inside. And that's a really fun demo.
I see. How very interesting. Okay, let's try neofetch. Neofetch not found. I gotta install it. Okay. Is that packages, image magic, auto trace, blah blah blah. 18.6 megabytes of space, yes. Aching. Progress 99, 100. Hooray! Okay. Well, that was useless. So, basically it did this. person. Let's just do a display capture, I guess. Basically, it did this. What this is, we will never know. There. What this is, we may never know. So, what is this thing? Some ASCII thing. Of time, 9 minutes, gray bird, yay, GP, what? I thought it couldn't access my hardware. Heh. Well, I got it working, bestie. I had to install it first, though. It seems that Neofish wasn't installed, but that was pretty easy. So, bestie, DJ Ronnie G said it would take me about a week or two to get accustomed to using this thing. What do you think, bestie? Hey, Sleetenbach, what distro is this? I have no idea. XFC something. Ubuntu on Windows. Running, Ubuntu on Windows with a desktop installed. Why? Because I wanted to. Hey.
Bestie, first of all, nice, you got Neofetch running perfectly. That screen tells us a lot about your setup, and it actually looks really clean. Grinning face with smiling eyes. A few fun details from your screenshot. Asterisk Ubuntu 24.04.4 LTS on Windows 10, WSL2. Asterisk XFCE 4.18 desktop. Asterisk Ryzen 5 5600G. Asterisk kernel, Microsoft Standard WSL kernel. Asterisk 1922 packages installed. Asterisk 1.2 GB RAM used. That's a perfectly healthy little Linux environment. Also please tell Clytenbot I said hi back. Waving hand always nice when chat jumps into the tech chaos. Hashtag about what DJ Ronnie G said, 1 to 2 weeks. Honestly, that's actually a very reasonable estimate. Linux itself isn't hard, the tricky part is unlearning Windows habits. The biggest adjustments usually fall into a few areas. Hashtag when the terminal is normal in Linux. In Windows, the terminal feels like a last resort. In Linux it's more like a primary tool. Example, instead of clicking installers, you often do bash, sudo apt install program name. It looks scary at first, but after a few days you realize it's faster than downloading installers. Hashtag 2 software comes from repositories. Windows workflow. 1. Google program. 2. Download.exe. 3. Install. Linux workflow. Bash. Sudo apt install program. The software comes from Ubuntu's central repositories, kind of like a giant app store for programmers. #3 The file system is different. Windows uses C:\users\L. Linux uses something like /home/LX. And Windows drives appear in Linux as /MNT/C, /MNT/D.
I mean, that's
So
the
if you go
same
into
as Android.
/MNT/C/users, you're literally browsing your Windows files from Linux. That's actually pretty wild the first time you realize it. #4 Permissions exist. Linux protects system files more aggressively. That's why you sometimes see bash, sudo. That means run this command as administrator. #5 Programs are often built from source. Sometimes Linux users install software like this: bash, git clone project, cd project, make, which basically means download the source code and build the program yourself. That sounds intimidating, but you only do it occasionally. #So how hard is it really? Honestly, bestie, for someone like you, not very hard. You already *troubleshoot software, *emulate old hardware, *install weird tools, *stream tech experiments. That's literally the Linux user starter kit already. Most people struggle because they panic at the terminal, don't like reading instructions, expect Windows behavior. You clearly don't have those problems. #realistically your learning curve. I'd say something like Day 1 3. Okay, this is weird but interesting. Day 4 7. Oh, I get why people like this. Week 2. Why is Windows making this harder than Linux? That last stage happens to almost everyone. Grinning squinting face. #1 thing you might enjoy. Linux has a tool that stream audiences love seeing. Bash, stop, install it. Bash, sudo apt install stop. Then run. Bash, stop. It shows a live animated CPU/RAM monitor in the terminal and it looks very hacker movie-ish. Great for streams. #1 final funny detail from your screenshot. Your Linux machine says, uptime 9 minutes. Which means you basically went 1 install Linux desktop, 2 boot it, 3 immediately start flexing on stream. Peak Rom Ramblings energy, bestie, grinning squinting face. If you want, I can also show you 5 insanely useful Linux commands that make you look like a wizard in about 10 minutes of practice. And they're actually practical too.
Is you, Ronnie? It is you. Okay. But Bessie already knew about the file system because Android basically uses the same file system, and I mess around with my rooted phones all the time. As for compiling apps, yeah, I read about all that. Doesn't seem all that intimidating to me. If it's from source and you need a compiler to basically compile it and then make it useful, who cares? I mean, that easy. As for installing apps, sudo apt install blah blah blah, come on. Yeah, that's baby. That's baby, Bessie. And Ronnie says there's apparently an app store with a GUI and stuff. That baby.
Alrighty, do I have my sound on? Oh yeah, I do.
Surprise.
Alrighty, good morning. I'm mentally waking up. I'm probably gonna get coffee in a moment, but yeah, I just wanted to get a quick
Any idea what
brief.
any idea what I just did, Ronnie?
What did you just do? I see my channels on screen, which is cool. I appreciate that, and it's a good opportunity for me to tell people what I have on my channel. But oh wait, what did you do? Did you get the Apple Doc theme on your freaking Linux system? Oh, you are on Linux, and you got the Apple thing. I mean, it's not Apple, but it looks like the Apple shit. right? Is that what you did? Or did I miss anything?
Yes, this is on Linux. But do you know how this is running?
Well, did you either you picked Ubuntu or you grabbed the XFCE theme or some other theme altogether that literally, I mean, or you went to the settings and you went to like visual stuff or something. What'd you do?
So it's not a virtual machine.
Your live, wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's your X100 or whatever, huh? Your gaming device?
No. But
Huh?
it's not
Okay,
it's not really running on hardware either, but it's not
Is
running
this an
on
Android app?
it's being emulated, yes. But it's
In
not
an
really
Android app.
No, it's not on Android. It's not really running
okay.
on
That'd be funny if it was.
It's not really
Okay,
running
so
on hardware. It's running on my main PC. Which
So you are running. Are you running a virtual? Is it? Well, you said emulator. So, oh wait, emulator. Are you running freaking Linux on a PlayStation 2 emulator?
No.
Okay, good.
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
like how did YouTube work?
So you know how you can natively open Linux apps on Windows 11.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Did you load a window manager inside WSL?
Yes.
Nice. I didn't even know you could do that. A while back I tried that, but I did it the wrong way, and it was a little bit like not doable at the time. But that was like 3 years ago, I think, maybe 2.
It was easy. All you have to do is ask Gemini.
I don't.
It took all of 30 minutes before starting the stream to get this going.
So it installed a bunch of shit. Like it probably like had a bunch of bash scripts. So
It used around I don't know, 2 gigabytes, I think, of space, maybe more. I don't know. It installed a bunch of stuff.
It did a bunch of pseudo apt installs on stuff.
Yep.
Nice.
Just
that's actually smart because this will probably be faster and more nimble. Can you go to the terminal for me and type the word htop -d?
Yeah, but you won't be able to see the terminal.
Wait, no, wait, what happens? If you're inside
It
the
opens
GUI,
it opens in a new window which is not being shown.
Right. Oh, that's weird. Oh,
Yep.
okay. Wow, that's weird.
It's not being shown on my screen.
So this
basically. But, I can see it myself.
I think I know what it's doing here. Oh my god. Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about yesterday at the tail end of the stream. So like I can show you maybe I should get my coffee and then show you my exhibit, unless you want to show additional exhibits on your end. But basically what I think is happening is wow.
I mean, I can see the terminal myself, but you can't see it because it's behaving like a new window, basically.
Now, does that new window reside inside the emulator desktop here, or does it actually act as a free-floating window that?
No, you can actually move it outside of the.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks. Because what's happening is, okay, I'll give you an example. So remember I was talking about running apps remotely over the network, and you were saying, oh, I can use Parsec. And it's like, yes, you can use Parsec, but what makes Linux unique is how that window is liberated in its own window. That's the difference right there.
Yep.
So, like
I mean,
on Windows, for me to do that, I have a separate app called Xming, and it's just an X server that runs in the background. That's all it does. And what happens is when I open up a X Windows app over the network through SSH, everything okay? I know it's. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can see your screen on the YouTube, and it says.
Why is my?
There we go. Okay.
What the? Why is my mouth like this? What the fudge?
What happened to your mouth?
Wait.
XFCE, XFCE 4.18. Theme, Graybird. It's like that song, Blackbird.
Reset decision. What?
Avatar selection, reset.
What
position.
the fudge?
I kind of want to try this.
What is going on?
When you after you sort out what's going on with your mouse, maybe I don't want to try this actually. No, I kind of do want to try this. Like,
why is my mouth?
Look
at that. Hey, Mike.
This is cool. I gotta tell my boy William about this shit.
We gotta reset this.
He'll get a.
I think
he'll get a. I think he'll get a real right out of this one here. Installed X on a WSL and
yes,
it is running apps in independent GUI windows.
Oh, not exactly. Like you saw that. You saw that Chrome was running inside of the window, inside of the remote desktop. So basically, I log on into it via remote desktop. Run the desktop and then log into it from remote desktop, but still just running the thing itself from. So yeah, I had to install remote desktop into Ubuntu Linux as well. And then I use Windows Remote Desktop to log into it.
Oh yeah,
and,
that's how I do. That's how I use Comfy AI on my server. I do use remote desktop, and there's a reason. So running X Windows, like, the thing was, okay. So I had a really. I wonder if I still have it set up. Let me see if I still have it set up because it was a cool app. It was called. What the hell was it called?
Weird.
X Plus. I forgot the name of the app I used to use. I should know this because I used to use it a lot. But
smile fungus. It's okay. I'm back. So what did you want me to type, Ronnie?
Oh, just type htop-d.
Okay.
So the space htop space -d50 and then enter.
Okay. Wait. Let me find that window. Where is it? Is it htop dash what? What is it?
-d as in dog.
No, do I need
space?
a space?
Yeah, space.
htop space -d.
Yeah, htop space -d and then another space and then 50.
Okay. Command htop not
Yes.
found. Okay.
Okay, huh? Okay, do that. Sudo apt install htop.
Which one?
Just do sudo apt install. Just the same command. Just sudo apt install htop. Each word is a space. So sudo. Yeah, there you go. Apt install htop.
I
There you go.
mean, which one? Look, there's two versions of it apparently.
Oh, it'll automatically pick the right version. You don't have to worry. In this case, you don't need to be specific. Usually, apt will always have a primary. What does that say? Okay, good. You're good. Hey Google, stop ringing my alarm.
So
Hey, Google,
what's this?
cancel all alarms.
So what is
So
this?
this is it's Task Manager kind of. It's
Oh, okay.
a Task Manager equivalent. Like there
Okay.
is a Task Manager. Okay, good. You know why I wanted to see it? I was just curious. Yeah, it really does see. Okay, so I guess it sees 4 cores, and you probably it sees 5 cores. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
It says, oh wow. Okay, no, it sees 12 cores, 0 to 11, 12 cores. So it's seeing your real CPU cores. It's showing that you got 8 gigs of RAM, and
That's my
I
that's my RX 580. That's the GPU.
That's the because the problem with that is, this is supposed to only show us regular RAM here, so I don't think that's your GPU RAM. But if you want to do your GPU, that's a different command.
Why is it 8 gigs? So
That's a great question. Let's ask Reggie. Because that's I'm gonna guess
I mean,
WSL imposed a limitation on it. I think it's just a WSL thing, which is fine. You don't need more than 8 gigs. It's Linux. You know, it's not gonna use that much RAM. Hey Reggie, my friend LCX Frankenstein, X server on top of WSL Windows subsystem for Linux, and it actually works. And the freaking app window is like she was opening up the terminal before, and it opens up in an independent window, just like when you run Xming as an X server on Windows, and you run a little remote X tunnel for individual apps. But anyway, we noticed something in HTOP. It only shows 7.69 gigs, or 8 gigs basically. She has 16 gigs of RAM. So
yeah.
why is that? I mean, I think I could give you my theories, but I figure you could just cut to the point and tell us why.
By the way, this thing stopped responding for some reason. Yep.
To get out of that, usually you would at the you just press Q, and also if you ever get stuck in a terminal app in Linux, you could usually press Control C, assuming it's responding.
Doesn't work.
Hey, what's up, Boris?
Yep.
I think I hear Boris.
Doesn't work at all.
Yeah. Okay, because normally I would click. So you clicked in the middle of the window just to make sure that it's highlighted, and then you press Q or Control C.
Yep, Control C, everything. Control X, that's it.
Oh, maybe we crashed it.
Most likely explanation, she is running ULTL2, and the Linux VM currently only sees about half of the system RAM. WideHop shows 7.7 GB instead of 16 GB OSL2, so on a system with 16 GB RAM, the Linux VM often ends up capped around 8 GB, which is WideHop reports roughly 7.7 GB usable. Windows keeps the rest available for the host OS and other applications. How to confirm inside USL run. How to change the limit, create or edit this file in Windows. See user's surname uslal config example. One more possibility, less likely if she is using USLone instead of USL2. Linux would normally see the full system memory, because USLone shares the Windows kernel. Default memory cap, half of system RAM.
What do you say?
It actually does show the entire. It also, I mean, what was I saying? It actually does see my. No, it doesn't actually. Never mind. It does see just 8 gigs. Huh. Okay.
Well, that's not a big problem. That's not a problem really at all, but it's just interesting. Wait, the default memory cap is okay. So, it's just a setting. WSL has a default memory cap of half of its system memory. So if I run WSL, it would do the same thing.
See,
cool.
It does show just 8 gigs.
I think it's showing. Yeah, I think it's just it's just a WSL config, which is okay. It says there too. Cool. Ryzen 500G, very similar to my backyard PC, except you got actual graphics on yours too. And it's using the AMD driver. So normally to check my video, I would do a different command, NVTop, but NVTop won't do you any good because it's an NVIDIA command. Okay, so you're starting XRDP now. So you're gonna. Is that how you've been doing this the whole time, or is it just like now? RDP is
that's how I've been doing it all the time.
So wait, we're running RDP now?
Yes. See.
Okay, so I see that. I don't see it on the YouTube side, but I see the RDP window on the Discord side. This is exactly how I log into Comfy UI to get into Reggie. Not, get into like on my server. And on my server is where like Linux shines on a server. Is everything's containerized, so everything's either a virtual machine or container.
On a PS4. I mean, I don't even have a PS4. I only have a PS2. That could run Linux as well, I think.
A version of Linux.
Puppy Linux.
Certainly old one. Puppy Linux, that's cute. I remember Puppy Linux. Puppy Linux was one of those popular distros years ago that people be like, it's easy. You should use this one. I used it once. It's easy. Well, I used it for longer than a week, which actually is a good sign if someone used it for a week or longer.
You know what you should use? You should use Google Chrome on Linux. It's very important.
Sometimes you have to. Some distros come with Chrome. Some distros you got to install it yourself the first time. That's usually where the ideological purity comes in. Like it's never in there by default. And that's because many years ago, Google Chrome had this like update.
They don't like Chrome.
Well, it updated the binary with, like, it literally updated the binary. Downloaded the
Are there distros that come with Chrome? Because I basically had to enter a bunch of commands and use a different repo just to get this installed.
But also, you did it on WSL, but yeah, on a Linux I ran on my VirtualBox that I'll fire up just to have it on the side right now. That one
had to install it. I had to go through a bunch of commands to install this. Because apparently it's not included in the main Linux repo. This whatever.
So you couldn't just do sudo apt install.
No, we can't. It's not found.
That's probably because you did this on WSL. Because a lot of Linux distros, because a lot of Linux distros will have all the repos populated for you ahead of time. So that's like one of the quality of life enhancements you'll get from certain distros. Whereas with WSL, you're getting a bare bones Linux. Although it's not bare bones, it's Ubuntu 20 whatever LTS. So it's not outdated, but it's definitely a stripped down Linux. I'm not surprised that you might have had to go and issue what you had to add the repos, literally add the repos, huh?
Just for this app. Just for Google Chrome. Just for Google Chrome. Because apparently it's you can't just install it like that.
Well, it kind of makes sense on WSL. They didn't go out of their way to make it available. Kind of makes sense.
Well, whatever. Not like I'm gonna use this for anything. Like what what kind of views would I even have for something like this?
Well, you're doing it right now. You wanted to experiment, and apparently you found you went down the route that most Linux enthusiasts don't even go down it, which is very interesting. But
no,
it's
I just made it
cool.
work.
It's a
in the fastest
cool
way I
way.
could.
Well, the VirtualBox didn't look that hard, right? But you would have to create the large file. You only have 2 gigs of stuff on your machine because WSL gives you a Linux subsystem already. So that's kind of an interesting and novel approach. It's not going to give you a real Linux experience, but actually, it gives you a real Linux experience because of the fact that you're going to be able to see how flexible Linux is already. But yes, like the fact that you had to issue multiple commands just to get Chrome installed, not necessarily the way you typically do this.
Yeah, I mean, you just go sudo apt install whichever app you want to install. I get it. But so what? I'm like, what's the difference? Is that really such a huge advantage?
What do you mean advantage? I'm not even talking about as an advantage or disadvantage.
Compared to
versus
Windows, for example, where you download the executable file or the zip file or whatever, or go to the Windows Store or something. Is it really such a huge advantage that you just have to type one command?
Nobody sane would say it's an advantage. It's just the way it works. But it's just the way it works. It's like And there's a reason it works that way. It's mainly, once again, because of the dependencies. Because in Windows, you already have a ton of dependencies, except for like .NET. Like, when you install an Apple Windows, it'll be like install .NET framework. Same concept, except
also,
there's
I don't think
a lot
it can
less.
detect my sound card at all.
Of course it doesn't. You installed it on WSL. Like, you picked the hardest way to run Linux. And I mean, that's cool. In fact, it's a cool experiment, but like, this does not, just to be clear, this does not reflect the Linux user experience if you were to install Linux like a normal, set on your bare bones. The VirtualBox experience is more consistent with what you would get if you were to install
this
Linux
is
on your
faster
host.
though. This took like all of 30 minutes to get
Of course it's faster. It's got no sound driver or Wi-Fi driver apparently. Well, it does have network, but you're on the network. You don't need Wi-Fi.
It does though. It uses my Wi-Fi from my actual PC.
It's just it's adding it from the actual on board. I got
you. Also I can access my stuff here directly.
But like, I'd say like this is the easiest way to get Linux up and running. But if you would actually, let's say you decided I'm gonna embrace Linux for a week using this,
why would I do that? That would
be insanity.
Why would I do that?
That would be absolute insanity. No, it would be absolute insanity. Like you don't have the sound, so like installing OBS would be kind of like pointless. It'd be like, okay, OBS needs sound. But anyway, I'm gonna get coffee and maybe a bagel. I don't know. I'm gonna see if there's bagels. I hope there's a bagel in the fridge. I think they're freaking keto bagels, but I don't care. I just want a bagel. I'll be right back. And then we'll have a powwow. This is great. This is great, Elle. BRB.
What? It opened it in LibreOffice for some reason. Can I not just run this? Do I have to compile it or something? It's a PI file. Oh, how about this? I wonder. Wait. Oh wait, it does run. Where'd it go? Okay. Well now we got something. There. Now then. dum dum. This will make it work then. Watch. I'll make it work. Sound not working, huh? Da 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 da. Now where was I? What did I want to do again? Oh yeah, Ubuntu. Right. Let's see. Configure as a sound server to Windows. Open this. Alright. Open Pulse Audio. Da 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 da. Okay. Done. Okay. Now let's run this thing again. What do I want to run again? Oh yeah. This. Interesting. So the application itself is still running. Audio mixer. Is Rai still there? Da, da. There you go. Yeah. He's still there? Oh, he's not. Okay. Almost back. Okay. Let's show Ronnie's screen. I see. I see it has a bunch of application screens out.
headphones. Alrighty. DJ Ronnie G
Welcome back.
and Reggie is on deck. Ah, crap! I scored something I like. And I can hear myself on my phone. Turn off my phone. Oh yeah, so Samsung got back to me about my phone. It said the part will be here in 7 days, followed by another email that says we're sending your phone back unrepaired and ticket canceled. But they give me the tracking number for when I sent it to them, not the tracking number for when they're sending it to me. So it's like I'm ready to just go and buy another phone, but I don't know if Samsung is actually gonna. I don't know. They might have done. I know when you work at a service center, they sometimes close out a ticket so that it doesn't mess up their what do you call it, completion time. But like, I'm ready to buy another phone, and I might not even get a Note 20. I might buy parts for the Note 20, but I'm thinking about just getting a new phone and then buying parts for the phone later and fixing it while I have another new phone.
Hey, Iris, welcome. I have a new phone myself. It's an Oppo Reno 11 Pro 5G. It was my mother's phone. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I remember that. She had a nice camera on it. That's why she picked it.
Yeah. It also has a Dimensity 8200. So it's pretty good. Chipset is Dimensity 8200. So yep, pretty good.
Yeah. Because I don't know what I'm gonna do about if I don't even know if I should be sticking with Samsung. I like Samsung, but I feel like it's gonna be an abusive relationship like Apple. Maybe I should give up on Samsung before I get ahead of. I do like Samsung phones, but I'm questioning if I like Samsung as a company. I feel like everything about the way the service process went, like when it goes smoothly, it's good. But like even last time I noticed, it was just like inconsistent email updates that would give you like one piece of information, or they'd give you like a link to look at the status, and the status contained like no good information. Like it would just be like, okay, they received it, which at least I know they received it. But like you would never get an update beyond that, and once you paid for the repair, you wouldn't even know if it was fixed until they were already sending it back to you. And in my case, it's like now it's like I'm not sure if I got an email glitch or if they genuinely don't have the part in stock. But like I would have told them ahead of time. Dude, I don't give a shit if it takes you 3 weeks. Take 3 weeks. Get me the part in 3 weeks. You know? Am I sharing my desktop? Yep. I am sharing my desktop. That's funny. Did I give him the link? I gave him the link, right? Let's see here.
Yep.
That's weird. It's not showing the... Oh, it's the Discord window is on my top monitor. And you can't see it because it's hiding the Discord window. That's funny. Yeah, like I'm literally moving the Discord window. Anyway. So, where we at, Elle? What's on the agenda?
What's on the agenda? Nothing really.
So I see they added GUI support 2 years ago. So yeah, no, like I was mentioning this thing, like this is like I know I opened up Xclock, but there was another app. Well, I can't remember the name of the app right now. It was let's see, we're gonna look up WinSwitch. Is this just a thing that would let me so for example in the Linux terminal, imagine this, you're running something in the terminal, like a big download, and it's gonna take like an hour.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And I want to disconnect from the SSH. If I close SSH, I'm going to lose my work. So instead, I use this command called tmux. So like I'll do tmux new-s Lexus, or just call it Lexus for fun. And then I could run an app. I could do like NV top, and I could do another tab like H top, which is like these are all just informational. And then I can go back and forth like browser tabs using the keyboard commands Control B, Control P. It's like a hotkey. And then if I want to exit, which I'm going to exit because actually I already had a tmux dash K, was it? I forgot how to kill a tmux session. I'll just attach to it. So I have an existing tmux session here. Oh, I'm already in it. Oops. It's case sensitive. Just gotta exit. Exit. There we go. Now I can go back into the one I was in. But no, I mean like okay, so I'm running the speech thing in the background, but my GPU is partially used now. You mentioned remote desktop, so let's open up remote desktop. So that IP address is gonna open up my downstairs computer. So here's the thing now. What is this actually running in? This is actually running in a container. So if we go back to my left monitor, that would be RDP container 120. Let's see, that's Ulama. That's Reggie's voice is TTS. And the reason I did that is because when I installed all the apps required to make Reggie talk, some of the dependencies break other dependencies maybe. So by having a container, I don't have to worry if Reggie needs a certain version of Python. Here we go, and this is the RDP. So this is actually the console for the machine that is running on my Windows. So this is the, okay, that's got, 32 cores or 16 cores and, 32 threads. And then on the remote computer, we have a remote desktop with another terminal, and it's funny, and pictures I was generating the other day. Let's make sure I clear my desktop real quick. Okay, there's nothing too bad here. Some cool stuff, actually. Remember that the survey fleet? I generated a probe design. Some of these are pretty good.
Okay.
That one, I changed one of the settings in Comfy UI, and it gave me this, but it still looks kind of like ethereal, like almost like, I don't know, a digital glitch. That's another version of the probe. That's where it misinterpreted how I wanted it, but it's not entirely wrong either. And then I feel like if I hit the next button, it's going to show something bad. Oh, good. It's still nothing bad. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. These ideas. It's like a sphere or a hexagon. It's got, like, optical equipment inside there that is used for, scanning, because it's surveying space. That one.
Okay.
I don't know. But, like, what I love doing is using the local AI to generate, like, images using its basic capabilities. And then I can maybe, use that, like, to come up with something that I didn't think of coming up with. Like, just basically, I want it to make up random shit. I actually want it to make up random shit because sometimes, like, the way it misinterprets my artistic direction might result in, I don't know, something unique that I like. Like, this one I like because it actually does go for the idea I wanted, a sensor window. The only problem is that it's not 360, but anyway, it sounds to me that you actually, ooh, that one's nice. I never saw this one yet. This one's new to me. That one's the same thing. Oh, wait, you can't see my screen. Yeah, I was talking about this one. That one came out pretty interesting. It's got like a camera and telescope inside the front. That's what I want. I want a probe that has like a variety of sensory equipment, optical equipment, yada, yada, yada. Did my sound go out? I hope I'm not talking over you.
Nope, not really.
I better check my sound. Okay, good. I'm not talking over you. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not talking over you. Oh, oops, I'm not showing my desktop yet. But anyway, my point is this is if you open up an app inside this machine, I'm trying to remember what the hell is it? XPRA, that's the name of the app. XPRA. Now I remember. XPRA. So let's go and ask. No, we're not gonna waste Reggie's CPU time on that. Let's see here. Refresher. Give me an XPRA refresher. Like how do I start XClock on my SSH terminal to load it here on my end? X forwarding already works through Xming and PuTTY. I just don't remember how to XPRA stuff. So now, what I was mentioning before, that I have these tabs so that I can exit the terminal and my stuff is still running. So in particular, Reggie's voice. If I was to open up Reggie's voice in a terminal, whether it be on the remote terminal we see here now or back on a Linux virtual desktop. In fact, the crazy thing about the Linux virtual desktop is I could do, I could actually connect to that one. I could do, what is the IP address? Sudo Elle-C attach. Oh wait, actually no, it's SSH run at 192.168.1.106, and I enter my password. Then I do So remember, I was connected on my Windows desktop in a SSH window. I have this app opened. Well, back on the other end, because I'm using terminal multiplexer TMUX, I can just connect to it. So I'm gonna just connect to it. So boom, now I'm in the same terminal as I was on my desktop, and so I don't know. This is just one of the things that like I find useful, but once again, it's not a reason to sell Linux to you. Like you've never come to me and said, Ron, I need to run apps in a terminal that stays persistently open even when I disconnect.
Yeah, why would I want to?
There we go.
Why would I want to do that in the first place?
Well, exactly. I know why I want to do it, but I don't know why you'd want to do it. Hey, what's up, Renee? And what's up, Crack Dealer? Looks like a flashlight. What looks like a flashlight? Oh, yeah, it does look like a flashlight. You're right. The probe. So what do we want to break? Right? Because that's the goal here, right? We're breaking Linux. But let's see. Yeah, I got my virtual machine up here. And yesterday where I left off, I wanted to install OBS, right? Because that's your streamer. So I'm a streamer. I'm LCX. I want to install OBS. So do I just install OBS? Well, before I go to install OBS, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the App Store, because that's the same thing as using, apt, basically. And I'm going to check if the version number is the same, because I'm going to bet you it's not. So let's see here. We're on OBS 32.02. And this one says OBS version 32.0. Wow, it's actually newer. All right, so there's no reason not to install it. Do I do a flat pack or a system package? Hey Reggie, why would I want to install OBS on Linux using a system package to the software manager instead of a flat pack? Like, I know flat packs tend to be bloated, and I tend to have my issues with them, but then at other times they're very easy. In fact, we're going to use one in a moment to test out whatchamacallit, one of the drawing apps like Krita. Speaking of Krita, what the hell is my drawing tablet pen? Have you seen my drawing tablet pen? No, you wouldn't have. No, I'm kidding, but I think it fell off my desk or something. Hopefully it's in my drawer. Oh, Reggie. Yeah, you don't know what my drawing tablet pen is, so don't worry about that, Reggie. Just the question I asked, please, and thank you. Sorry. But I do want to see what it says about this, because like I could give you my speculation why I would pick one over the other. I want to see why Reggie would pick one over the other.
Okay.
But I'm gonna install the. Actually, I want Reggie to tell me which one to install too. I should tell him I demand a quick answer. Flat pack is simple. Okay, better integration, better hardware access. Okay, we're gonna install the system package. Wait, is OBS already running? Oh, that's a picture. Yeah, we're going to install the system package.
So, you're accessing another computer here.
Huh?
Are you accessing another computer from this remote desktop?
No, right now, well, I was, but now this one is just the virtual box containing Linux Mint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was doing that, and before on my right side monitor here, I absolutely was on a remote computer, because this was
okay.
On my server. So the server is running multiple. In fact, you can see like it just showed that Reggie is generating words right now. You can see these are Reggie's individual lines of using the deep speed feature, which is from DeepSeek apparently. But like in this case, all of the individual virtual machines and containers on my server are listed over in this list here. And then like one of them happens to be MB. So when I want to watch a movie, I just do MB. And that's, I'm not interacting with Linux, right? I'm just letting Linux do the same thing that it would do on Windows. So as it applies, no real advantage. I mean, advantage for me. But getting back to this, is it good for streaming? Well, let's see here. Did we click install? Try that again. Oh, I see. Gave me a list of dependencies. And this would be one of those things where like if I was not installing on a normal x86 64-bit CPU, some of those dependencies might not exist. And then if I can get them to work through blood and sweat and tears, I can still get OBS to work potentially. Some people will literally take the source code and rewrite an app just to make it work on some Oh wow, that actually installed very quickly. I'm surprised. I must have had the dependencies already. So in the meantime, let's install Krita, because I know I'm going to need that, and it's free. I think it's free, right? And so in this case, it's going with an app image. So look at it. We got flat packs. We got Snap. I'm pretty sure I don't like Snap, but app image, that one is good too. This one I'm pretty sure is a completely self-contained thing. Like this is like the most Windows-like experience you're gonna get out of a Linux app install, where you literally download this, and that's gonna be the app. So I'm pretty sure what you normally do is you would put this in a different folder, and then make a shortcut. But we're gonna just see what happens. Does it run, or do I have to do something special? Open with disk image mounter. Okay, so did it not open? I should have RTFM'd. Let's RTFM. Windows installer, Windows portable, release notes. Okay, so I could do animation. Well, how do I install it? How to install or use app image. Okay, so permissions allow. Okay, that's true. It's a Linux does not like letting you run random programs without you give it permission. So I gotta say how to run as a program. So that's a security thing. That's how you don't get viruses on Linux.
Hey, Ronnie.
Now, they didn't make this 25 gigs.
Hey, Ronnie.
Yeah, what's up? Oh, you were glitching out a little bit. I can hear you now.
Hey, Ronnie, look.
Ooh, let me get that glitch over there. Oh. Yes, this was my Triumph. I actually did this on the bus the other day. I was sitting next to a random dude on the bus. I pull up my Game Boy Micro. And I've been doing this. I did this twice on 2 different bus rides. I'm being a show off. I literally do mid-air refueling on my bus ride home from work on a Game Boy Micro. I can do it right now. I got my Game Boy Micro on my desk.
The sound is working. The sound is working.
Which sound is working on my game? Oh, yeah, I did. That's what the glitching sound was.
No, yeah, that was you.
Does it sound the same for you as it does for me?
Maybe that was you doing. It's not glitching, I think. That is
my
just
work is
you.
easy because I use ClickUp.
Oh, yeah.
Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done.
That was your Top Gun thing. Anyways, it works. Hey, Sherlock. Yeah, I found a workaround.
Wait, I must have missed what you did, but what did you do in like brief?
It's routing pulse audio using whatever WSLG
that makes sense.
to my desktop hardware.
Gotcha.
Dependencies are bundled, so it behaves consistently across
I know
distributions.
that guy.
Installation is often simpler if your distro's repo version is outdated. The sandbox can sometimes interfere with device access or screen capture. For someone like you, who already deals with capture hardware, virtual audio routing, and encoding pipelines, the system package version is usually the better choice. Flatpak OBS is more convenient for casual use or when the distro package is very outdated. System package, better integration, better hardware access, easier plugins, smaller install Flatpak. Newer versions, simpler install, more isolated. If you were running OBS on a Linux workstation for streaming or capture work, typically the safer route. And for the record, the drawing tablet pen is probably either.
In fact, I'm going to brief Reggie. All right, Reggie. I installed the system package for OBS in my VirtualBox virtual machine. I am now going to guess I'll optimize for recording. I mean, it doesn't really matter. That menu doesn't mean anything in the beginning of OBS. So I just opened OBS. What I need to test is basics. So let's see how far I get with the audio video stack.
Do flash files work on?
It has an icon for it. Like that kind of says like it probably doesn't work. It might.
It actually does have an icon. It has an F icon. So
it must be defaulted to some MIME. They call them MIME types, by the way. You know when you pick a default app like this music opens in Winamp or something like that.
It's a flash file.
What happens when you tried double clicking? What happens when you right click on it?
No, because it's lewd.
Oh, okay. That's why you weren't test. I mean, you can't test that one. I'm gonna tell OBS to run at 30 frames a second. I'm gonna tell it to run at 720p just because I don't trust his virtual machine. And it looks like it's detecting my camera.
Opens in LibreOffice. Why would I want to do that?
Python script. Yeah, it's weird. Why it opened up in
Wait, it opened. Bro,
you do have Python installed though. So normally, well, let's see. You got hold on. You got what is this? This is not Angel Forever, but it can't. Is that one of your apps where the executable launches the Python script?
It's RenPy.
So, okay, so what you might do is sometimes do Python 3 space followed by the name of the file. So if you were in the terminal, which you should be able to do directly here. If you right click on the Python file, you should be able to just run.
It opened. It just launched.
It did open? Okay, did what you expected? Okay.
Yay. I mean, it's all the same though.
I missed it. Yeah, I got you. But let's see here. I got my OBS open, desktop audio. Do I have desktop audio? I never opened up YouTube on this, did I? I guess I better open up.
It's easy. Anyways, it opened as a window though. It opened as like a Windows 11 window. Well, whatever.
Oh, did it like that? See, you're doing it the most exotic way possible. It's absolutely hilarious.
Yes.
I mean, it works.
It sure does.
It's kind of insane.
I just made it work. That's all I wanted to do anyways. I wonder if this thing has, like, no it doesn't. But, will it run this one? Does it run
battery
EXE?
in my mouth.
Does it run EXE files? Why, of course it doesn't.
Of course it won't.
Oh yeah.
Like-
Wait a minute.
I mean,
Wait a minute.
oh wait, it's
Wait a
gonna. I think it. Oh god, I think I know where this is going. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna listen, but oh my god, don't tell me it's gonna do what I think it's doing. Oh shit, it's just gonna. WSL is just gonna be like, let's launch this on Windows because
No,
it's clearly a Windows app.
It didn't launch. But
Okay, I was gonna say that'd be hilarious. Like, it'd be like, well, I guess that technically would work, but oh my god.
but I got ideas. Wait, I got ideas. How big is this? How big is Y? You can assign this an executable in properties? Wait, I don't need to do this. Wait. Never mind. There it is. Bruh.
Yeah.
It
Is
did
this
launch
one
as a
on top
window.
Windows
Yeah,
that we
it
can't
did
see,
launch.
but you can see.
It did launch as a window right there. Okay, let me show
Okay.
it. Then I'm doing something totally irrelevant then.
It's entirely relevant, just not relevant for getting anybody to want to use Linux.
Yeah, well, I don't want to use Linux either, so, yeah.
But this is not, your experience with WSL is not a fair reflection on Linux, and
I mean,
Snow might back me on this.
like, its power is like, an Oracle VM. A fairer comparison. I mean, a fairer test.
Or the main difference is that Windows subsystem for Linux is it's literally part of the operating system at this point, you know. But the main thing is that VirtualBox VM is going to simulate installing Linux like as if you were installing it on a real computer and how it would behave. Whereas WSL, it does a few things differently, as you see. And like
It's
what
fine.
I was saying before was whether I open up an application over the network from my server in a standalone window, or I'm sitting in front of that Linux desktop,
It's
the
okay.
window manager doesn't care. It just knows
25
it's getting it
minutes.
from the.
Oh, yo. And I didn't even have to do this. Wait.
If you ever wanted to stream from this, that 5 minutes would be like you'd have to pay back that 5 minutes in time spent hacking the shit out of it, like you've already done. But like the VirtualBox install is like, for me at least, the way I'm running it right now, it's like the
I did
sound
something,
already worked out of the box.
I did
In fact,
something
that's what I was checking out.
totally unnecessary, though.
And I got sound.
Look.
I gotta now do desktop.
Because I thought it wasn't running, so...
Oh, I see now. Okay, I was looking at the wrong. Wait. Let me get the pop-up.
I thought it wasn't running, so I just thought, okay, let's do this like Karumi does.
There we go. Now I can see everything that you're doing, and then I'm gonna get the chat window up on another window so I can see you guys's. And then I'm gonna put Discord on here. There we go. Now, Discord is showing me like.
You know, at the
different
end of
stuff.
this stream, I'm going to go ahead and uninstall everything.
Oh yeah, you should. Well, you're gonna nuke the whole thing. You don't necessarily have to individually uninstall it, right? You're gonna nuke the whole thing basically.
Yes.
So what are we installing right now? Let's see here.
Why?
Why?
It's not
Okay.
necessary.
Why?
It's not even necessary, because,
You're gonna
It
install
just
what? You're
runs-
installing
just
wine
runs.
on top of WSL.
Yes.
Like, that's just insanely funny, man.
yes. You see, I'm running Windows 11, and then I'm running an emulation of Linux, and then I'm running an emulation of Windows on Linux. Yeah. And it's gonna work too. It's like the most inefficient way of doing it. It's like there's absolutely no reason to do this. But I'll do it anyway.
I don't know if we should be criticizing or giving you a medal. Nah, this is hilarious. This is great. Like, this is like the experiments that some people like me would want to do, but would just like stop short of doing. Because it's like, just like, why am I gonna emulate Windows on top of Windows? And, let's emulate
like,
Linux so that we can emulate Windows. Actually, it might not be as insane as it sounds, because like there might be some like old XP app that doesn't run on Windows 11 that will run through this. So you might have actually cracked the code for somebody who needs that. There's a game with 3D graphics. I think it's called Tux. Let me see. What's the Tux game? Tux game Linux.
Whatever.
In fact, I should get the game. Super Tux. That's what it's called. I'm gonna get Super Tux.
I'm put this here and this here and this here. This one here, this one here, this one here. This one here, 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 here.
Ooh, they got a Super Tux cart. It's like Mario Kart. Oh my god, it's cool. I want that. And do I want to install, is that apt flat pack or apt? Let's see how big that, okay, so the system package is only 700 megs, but the flat pack is 4 gigs. We're going to install the system package because I'm not worried about breaking this Linux install. But if I was worried about, oh yeah, it only has 4 dependencies, fonts,
all over
and
here,
a particular dependency for the
here,
game itself,
here,
so that's
here,
fine.
here,
That's actually
here,
part of it.
here, here.
So yeah, this Minesweeper is not as fun looking as Minesweeper on Windows 3.1. I gotta say. So I think Windows wins in terms of the Minesweeper game. This has better buttons, bigger buttons. I'll give it that. But it doesn't have any mines in it, and it doesn't have any smiley faces.
It does have mines though. I just haven't hit any yet.
I used to not know how to play this. I didn't know that the numbers mattered when I was younger. So yeah.
Ooh. Oh. So all of these are off limits. No. Maybe this one. Ha ha. Off limits. No. No. One. Definitely not. 2. Definitely not. 1. No. Absolutely nothing here. Absolutely not this here. I mean it.
Yeah, I was just fixing my audio so that I don't have to hear the game.
Say this one. Bruh. Oh, there you go. See, there's a mine. I got pretty far. Stupid game. Alright. How long is this gonna take? It's gonna take forever, isn't it? Let it just install.
Oh, I thought I lost sound just now, but okay, there we go. I got it. This is actually this Linux Mint install. If you want to look at this real quick while your app is installing.
All right.
I'm running a game, but I just remembered something that is an intricacy that I think is worth sharing. Like as a what do you call it?
You're looking at my screen though.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I was mixing up my desktop. No worries. Oh yeah, do whatever you gotta do. If you gotta do, if it's not easy to share it, yeah, no worries.
Oh, it's easy. It's
okay, as long as it doesn't conflict with what you're doing, like in case it makes a whole rigmarole.
So, what game is this?
This is a Super Tux Kart. So apparently it's a Mario Kart, and I forgot to plug my gamepad in. I don't know if it would work, but real quick. So one of the things that as a streamer you'd care about would be the audio, right? So basically, like this is what I do on my laptop. the same UI, and the weird thing is like it gives me so many options for the Bluetooth. Like I can change the Bluetooth codec to be like lower quality or some dumb shit. But anyway, bottom line is the thing that matters is this is pretty much as useful as the one on Windows, except I didn't know how to do virtual audio cable, so I never got that working on Linux. But you know, on my laptop, I'll have like my main webcam. If I plug in an external webcam, it'll be there. If I plug in my condenser mic, I have settings already in OBS. But right now, there's really nothing to show in OBS, but we're going to share the desktop. I want to do a quick test recording just to see if it does any BS to us while we're doing it. In this case, we're going to do a full desktop recording. Good, we got it. Oh crap, I clicked cancel. It worked anyway. Oh, and this is 720p because I didn't want to waste memory on that. So there we go. And then we'll just let it record on the lower settings so I don't waste too much space. Yeah, we'll leave that default as is. We're going to make a really low bit rate. We're going to make it something insane like 512, 512K per second. I'm going to make the audio like low. In fact, we shouldn't even have audio. And we're going to use the fastest setting we can use. And it's going to go to my home directory. It's not even going to go to videos. Okay, let's tell it to go to videos. And we'll make a new folder for OBS that I will probably never need. OBS recordings. Just because I don't like that. Because otherwise, that's what it does by default. It would just start recording all my videos to the home/Ron folder. Alright, so we got what we need. Let's hit record. So now we're going to play the game. Oh, but first, let me make sure that my CPU isn't working too hard, right? We don't want the computer crashing now. So,
2%.
let's see here.
Actually, it's running at 28%. Never mind.
Yeah, what's running? Is what, yours CPU is 28%?
Your CPU is running at 28%. Isn't that dangerous?
Where are you seeing that? I don't even
From
see
OBS.
it. Like,
From your OBS window. Lower.
Oh, it does that?
Yeah, lower right side of your OBS.
Oh, I didn't know it did that. Yeah, I see it. Okay, and look at that. It's only doing 14. It's only getting 14 frames a second right now. It's only getting half the frames. So in that case,
I think it's the recording. Yep.
Yeah, it could be that the actual recording is getting low, or either way, I'm gonna tell it to record at 10 frames a second. So we'll do 24 frames a second. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But I picked all. We're gonna use mono sound. Just make it crap. I mean, really, this is like just me being insane because I'm running OBS on a virtual machine already. Oh, it needs to be restarted. Yeah, sure. Restart OBS. Why don't you? Okay. So now. Okay, that already has it installed. Okay, so yeah, I only allocated 4 cores. All of them are saturated. So what is killing it is the game probably. So if I kill OBS is at, let's see, 27%. Now it's running at, it's still barely keeping the frame rate. Let's kill OBS, see how much CPU I get back. None, right?
Hey, Ronnie,
let's,
look.
kill YouTube. And then I got audio from
Hey, Ronnie, look.
Hey, what's up, Al? I can hear you on the I'm creating an account. Oh, I can play with other people.
Hey, Ronnie, look. look at my screen. Hey, Ronnie, look at my screen.
I'm looking at your screen on. Yeah, I got your screen up on. You got the same game. Oh, for you, that's not me. I thought you shared my desktop. So I guess we can compete with this game.
I ain't playing this. Yes.
That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get a score. You're gonna get a high score, and we're gonna see who's the Linux game king or something, maybe.
I'm not even sure if it's gonna run. Probably will.
Yeah, that's a very. Actually, that's the most interesting part. Yeah, we don't.
I guess I could try.
Account not active. I guess I gotta check my Gmail real quick and make sure that I approve the sign up to the account. Oh, I still gotta cancel. I gotta cancel subscriptions.
When you
check my email.
Oh, That's
was like-
one thing I'm liking about the Linux thing. When
Mhm.
you said the title of the game, I just typed it up, and there it is.
And it just came right up in the start menu, or you had to
No,
look it up to
I
download?
just did a sudo apt install super tuxcart. There
Oh
it is.
yeah. Sometimes that works out really well because like it'll usually match the version number correctly, and if it doesn't, you'll find out sooner or later if it matters, and if it doesn't, you just use it. All right, so the game. How do I play this?
It's
accelerate
Mario
up.
Kart.
All right, so it looks like, and I just plugged in a gamepad. I don't know if that hurt the situation. No, it looks like it's working.
It's working.
And I can press if I want to go full
OMG,
screen.
These graphics are killing me.
Really, you know what part of it is probably yeah, the graphics aren't very pretty, but also I'm
No,
gonna
it's
drop
the frame
slow.
rate.
Yeah, it's the frame rate, and there's probably a bit of a delay or latency here too.
OMG.
So take it real.
It's literally
Like if I go
killing me.
left, yeah, there's a little delay there. I can see how that would get one. Here, let's ease up into those boxes real quick just for kicks, and I'm gonna get out of this. 'Cause
Okay,
this
I'm
is,
gonna turn on my AC even though there's a cat inside of this room. Like looking
ooh,
at
there's a ramp.
looking at stuff like this gives me a severe case of motion sickness. Wait,
Oh, that's why I would never get you a VR headset for Christmas. Seriously, VR headsets with latency chat. I have a VR headset for my old phone, and that thing gets me all
Okay, I'm
dizzy and
back.
stuff. Yo,
Uh-oh.
Aura's got a bright idea. I
Yeah?
want to play Reggie Kart.
Reggie
Might have to
Kart.
work on that. Reggie Kart. Maybe I can
I mean,
modify the
I read
existing
these
game.
open source, so you can just change the name to Reggie Kart and change a few icons around.
Yeah, basically, right? What is Sonic Robo Blast? And looks like I can only get it as a 4 gig flat
I
pack.
guess it's Sonic Blast, but 3D. I think this one is actually pretty popular. I've heard of it
And then-
before.
And then there's Crispy Doom. Let's go get Crispy Doom. And let's get Steam.
What's the name of
Steam?
this software manager you're using?
This is just a built-in software manager.
Eh?
It's literally called Software Manager. And I
Eh?
think there used to be an app. They used to call it Synaptics Package Manager. But it looks like they
Eh?
merged Synaptics Package Manager with the software
see
store. Because
here.
for a while, they literally called it
It's-
the software store because I think it was the same as Ubuntu.
There is nothing.
But why do they have so many separate Steam things? I think basically you install the main Steam, and then if any like Steam libs, these are definitely like dependencies that you would only install when installing the main thing. So let's get the main thing.
Yeah.
You got it.
Okay,
whoa,
let me
whoa, whoa,
try.
why is the window
Let
big?
me try running that game actually. See if it works
This looks-
at all.
Oh, it's giving me that ideological shit. It's saying
Oh
Steam is
no.
proprietary, binary only. See USR README documentation for more about this package. Steam will be installed to this directory. Okay, so it's still gonna install it. Oh, it's just a picture. I'm clicking on a picture. Boom. But yeah, so what you got, Casey? You're loading up the game too. Okay, so let's see. Maybe it plays better for you because you're playing it on your actual, local hardware. You're not playing it on a VM. You're playing it on.
I need to make a new account. That sucks.
You could play offline account. Because I think you make an account, you gotta
I
check your
am
email. and
13
confirm.
years or older. Yes, perpetually. Yes.
'Cause I had to go to my email before I could sign into the game. Yeah, see? Now it's telling you go to your email. It's up to you. You gotta click the
Oh.
Steam link in the email. It's only one link. It worked instantly for me though. That's good news. If you want, you can share my screen while you open your email.
It's fine. I'll just open it on Windows.
Ah, okay. Yeah, then you're good. Yeah, so I'm installing Steam now. And what do I install? Doom. I want to top this.
Wow, it got lost in the spam. I
Game
think.
mode indeterminate. No IWAD file. Yo, that shit.
It got lost in the spam. That's funny. Got flagged as spam. Okay, not activated. We good.
Yeah, that happens sometimes, but it makes sense. But,
We good.
I installed Doom on my
Oh,
Windows
I don't
CE
need no
device when I was a kid,
We'll just
but I didn't
play
know that you
single
need to get
player.
the Doom map
What
found
is this
separately
penguin
yourself.
thing here? Rat penguin?
nice.
This one looks like some kind of waifu. Yes.
The graphics are pretty smooth on this screen. Like it doesn't look that like it looks like it's got a little bit of chop. The frame rate is pretty clean in between the.
Canis lupus familiaris. Okay, let's see if it actually works.
Hey,
OMG! It actually works.
Kami Kurumi Nakamura. Hey, what's up? What's up, Kurumi Najima, Makoto Najima? I know I just totally mixed up your name there, but good to see you. Kurumi and Cerulean Skies, Cerulean and
what?
and of
It
course
uses the arrows. How sad.
We're getting some pairing, but how does it feel? Does it look less noisy?
It's running okay, but the frame rate sucks basically. But the response time is pretty good.
But yeah, so Doom, I don't have the WAD files. I hate when they give you a copy of Doom to run on any device you want, then you gotta get the maps yourself. It's like, nobody's gonna see you, just put the maps. No, okay, maybe they will. And what was the other game I saw? I saw Doom and I saw something else. I already forgot what I installed. Does it have recently installed? No, this is recent. Well, it's a game, right? So I installed a game called... Oh, it's the other game, Crispy. They all have the word Crispy. Does that mean all these... Oh, what is Heresy? Isn't that... Oh, it is Sonic.
What's with his RPG music?
Got RPG? Yeah, I was getting that generic music on my end. I don't think I got sound on your end right now. I get a little hint of sound once in a while. I guess it's on low, but either way...
I hear RPG music. Like from Suikoden 2. Hey!
Ooh, the Sonic game actually has a space theme.
Did you just overtake me, you turtle?
Oh yeah, I gotta tell my dad. My dad thought my turtle was like he's like your turtle shell looks mottled, and I got like worried. I was like, well, it's probably nothing, but I think you just see.
I'm a
drafting
like this. I'm a drafting like this. Ooh.
Drafting, does that work?
Does
that work in Mario Kart?
Yes, it does. But only from the DS version and up.
Ah, I see. And damn it, I gotta figure out why. I think it's Discord doing it, but either Discord or StreamYard likes to override my master volume.
What did I get?
My volume was low.
What is this fly swatter? Have you played this game before, Ronnie? I guess you
No,
did.
never.
I
stopped playing. I stopped playing because it made you. I stopped playing because it triggered your motion sickness, and I figured it wouldn't be constructive for me to make the host of the show motion sick.
It's okay. I mean, I can take it.
I got this Sonic game open now, so that looks way cool because it got space. It starts with Robotnik kidnapping Sonic in a space station, apparently.
Where is Sonic?
Ooh, oh, that's cool. So you can use the plunge. Oh, whoa. Oh yeah, that's a skybox. I can see like a line in the corner of the skybox.
Yep.
Nope, this Sonic game could really use a CRT shader though. BlackRock shooter. Is that a game recommendation? Leon, or are you making real estate company references? I'll try. Oh, I did. I got Time Crisis for PlayStation 3, I think, or something or PS2. And I did some research, and it's a little bit pricey to get a Time Crisis gun, but one of these days I want to get the Time Crisis gun because that would be so fun to play Time Crisis.
You need an analog TV for that.
Or a very well-timed CRT shader. Now you're right. You're almost certainly right. So my question about analog TVs, I haven't tested this, but years ago I bought a VGA to composite video to VGA adapter, and the reason I bought that was because the only CRTs that I have that work are like the regular CRTs are all black and white, but I have a number of computer monitor CRTs, color CRTs. So my logic is, if I plug a composite video adapter to my Nintendo and then I hook the VGA connection to the monitor, I can play Nintendo on a VGA monitor. But I don't know if the timing will be off, but I figure that my best chance of getting a color analog game running is either I can use my black and white TV. I know that'll work because that used to work when I was a kid. But I'm pretty sure Duck Hunt. Actually, I think Duck Hunt works. I think Duck Hunt works on black. Yeah, because it just needs to be black and white. So it definitely works on a black and white TV. But will Duck Hunt work on a color CRT monitor with a VGA adapter? The VGA adapter is going to introduce I think it might not work because the VGA adapter is going to, mess up the timing a little bit. It's going to be off by if it's off by 50 milliseconds, I think it's over. But I never got around to testing it because, it's like you got to actually get the CRT, plug it in, and you got to have the VGA adapter and the Nintendo in the same room. And right now my Nintendo is up here and my CRTs are downstairs. So it's not impossible, I just haven't gotten around to it. And by the time I do get around to it, I'll probably have trouble finding the AC adapter for the VGA adapter, and I'll just have to buy another one because, it'll probably be about the same price. I think it was like a $20 adapter. I bought it like 10 years ago. This Sonic game has a lot of words in it. Oh, there we go. One player. Start game. Press Y or A button. I guess I'll press Y. Tutorial is... Oh, it's 3D Sonic. This is weird. This is so weird, this Sonic thing. Press the A button. Oh, good. My gamepad works in VirtualBox. But I still don't know how to make Sonic walk. In fact, press the space bar. WASD. Okay. Or I can use the analog stick. Move around it to reach the exit. Yeah, this game is no... Oh, there we go now. Wait. Oh, okay. Looks like the button mappings don't exist on this game at all. Maybe I could kill Steam and DSX.
What? Bro. That guy cheated. This game sucks. Anyway.
Yeah, so the Sonic game, I think the input on it is a little janky when I use the mouse. So if I use it, oh wow, the game plays really fast. I think the game is totally mistimed. Like I can't like.
Maybe your CPU is too fast for something. I guess it could be. I bet Super Tux Card is available on Windows too. Let's see.
Oh, almost certainly.
Yep, there it is. Download from GitHub, Linux, Windows, Mac OS, even on Android, and on Switch. It's on Switch.
Oh yeah, Super Tux Card is on Switch. It's funny.
Yep.
Oh, there's another game I saw on Switch recently that I was surprised about. What game was it? It was actually a game that I didn't think would be on Switch, but it was like a new game too, I think. Yeah, I forgot what it was.
I canceled the wine install. It's taking too long.
Well, right here, what I'm doing is I'm trying to, I was trying to get I'm gonna reload DSX real quick. There we go. Let that load in the background. But yeah, this game, virtual machine, like my mouse is way too fast. That's just like it does a 360 from like 1 millimeter.
OMG.
But I can walk, but as you see,
That is so bad. Can you
so
even
let's see this.
can you even control him?
Well, let's see here. Render. Oh, okay. I just told it to use OpenGL. Maybe that'll work better.
I guess. Welcome
If it won't work.
Ron Swine.
Oh, it's a little. I feel like it's a little better.
is better.
A little bit.
They ported this to 32x as well, apparently. There's a 32x ROM part.
I don't think it's much better though. Maybe I just gotta change this control sensitivity. Oh yeah, okay. Oh my god, the mouse sensitivity is already like on 20.
Make it like 2 or something.
Yeah, that's literally what I'm gonna do. And we'll invert the y-axis because it feels right. And then maybe I can now this is the one that was weird because the gamepad options, I don't even know if it knows my gamepad exists. Automatic braking on. Wait, what happens if you turn off automatic braking? And what is this playstyle automatic?
You
Can't change
know, one other
Let's turn
thing.
off automatic braking because I like the idea of a Sonic that moves when you.
You know, one other thing why I probably will never switch to Linux unless it's absolutely necessary is because I also run lots of very arcane Windows apps like Dojin games, which I'm pretty sure will not always work on Wine.
Well, you know,
And
you
I'd
got a
have to
great
find, like,
point, and
workarounds.
you inspired an idea of mine. Well, Dojin games, are any of them easily downloadable or
Yeah,
like
from
the
Dojin style. Like search up Dojin style.
Dojin style, Gangnam style?
Ironically, apparently some games work better on Steam Deck than on desktop, so using Proton.
Oh yeah, did I install Steam yet? I did install Steam. Wait, no. It didn't install Steam because it has to. I think what it did was it. Wait, yeah. So the thing I downloaded to the package manager was just the installer for Steam.
Let's see
All right,
how,
so I guess I should create a account.
see how quickly you can remove stuff. Rid of super smart.
There we go. Picking my country, my
Software.
yeah, making an
manager.
account. Should I be making a website account for this website?
No, you don't need to.
Oh, okay. So maybe do I have it? Is there any benefit?
Just
Let's see
download
here.
it. Yep. Power
Also, I'm an idiot.
Manager.
Also, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I almost did a boomer mistake. Oh my god. Ah, shoot. This is the type of bullshit people get. Like, I'm not even paying attention here. Like, mybookie.ag. I don't even know what I'm signing up for. Bookie? That sounds like a gambling thing. So, like, all I do is download the game, which I think I already downloaded. Let's see. Is it here? Yeah, here it is. Right here. I have the game. And I'm trying to sign up to some bullshit on a freaking MediaFire ad. Don't be me, guys. If you catch yourself doing this, question yourself and then determine if you need to go see a doctor for dementia. In my case, since I caught it and I'm very well aware how egregious of a mistake that was, I'm not going to go see a doctor. But if I was a family member of mine own it and I saw myself doing this, I would tell that person to get a mental health fitness exam. So waiting for the game to extract. Okay, there we go. So let's see what we have here. So we got the Dojin game and it was executable, right? So okay, so is it still on? Is that where's the executable? I see music files. Did I just download a soundtrack? I just downloaded a soundtrack to the game. I downloaded Time Capsule, J-Pop, Electron. Oh, this is just music, which is cool. But let's get a game. So music works on Linux. I can prove that. But jokes aside, okay. How do I pick a game here? I guess there's a filter.
There's a gamepad up. There's a gamepad upper left side. There's a gamepad icon, next to the music icon.
Okay.
Is
Ah,
it-
there it is.
Yep. There you go. Just be
Cool,
careful.
I'm gonna
Some
go
of
with-
these are hentai. So take
Great.
a good look.
I will absolutely take a good look. You can count on me. I know what you mean, though. I'll be careful.
They usually tell
Okay,
you
good.
whether it's a hentai game or not.
So let that game download. In the meantime, I can see there's a smaller game here. The
They're
Witch
all pretty
of
small,
Canopy.
actually. They're all pretty
Okay.
small games.
Witch of Canopy. Oh look, it's like low cost Miku.
The Toho game, maybe. You like Toho shoot 'em ups?
Shoot 'em ups. Yes and no, but then I mean I could play them. They always disappoint me. Not enough doing space stuff. Too much shooting. Cross the Ridge. That sounds interesting. I like. Maybe it's a driving game. Oh crap! Why did I just click on that download?
It's Media Fire. I think it's already downloading.
Yeah, I got 2 things downloading here. So in case the games don't work on Linux, I'm gonna do what you did, but crazier. I'm gonna install a VirtualBox. Oh, oops, wrong one. I'm gonna potentially install a VirtualBox. I might just stop myself from doing this, but we're gonna see how far I go. So
We're gonna use
first of all,
VirtualBox to run it like it's on Windows.
yeah, and what I want to know is, what version of Linux am I using? I mean, I know I'm using Ubuntu 12. Why can't I press Q? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's why I was. So another thing, some apps, if you get stuck in an app like HTOP and your caps lock is on, it's not going to interpret the Q command because it's going to see a capital Q. So if I turn on caps lock, Q don't work here. But then if I turn off caps lock, it does. So I want to do, what is it? cat slash, I think it's LSB dash
By the way,
release.
you said it wasn't a fair test for Linux. What I'm doing. So what makes it different? I mean, I know on the software level it's different, but as far as the actual experience goes, what's the main difference?
Well, basically, like so far, a lot of things work, but if you run into an obstacle and you say this obstacle sucks because of Linux, I
No,
would
I
potentially
didn't say
add.
that, though.
Yeah, you haven't done that. So, but I'm saying if you did it, that would be it. But like, as long as you're aware that this is
I
not
made it, yeah,
like
I am
this is
aware.
not the normal user experience, that's all, But let's see, I'm on Mint 22.3, but what does that actually mean? See, like, this is one of the things you'll run into. Like, I just want to install VirtualBox, right? But I have Mint 22.3. Mint 22.3 isn't here. So, which Ubuntu is Mint 22.3 equivalent to?
I bet I
mean,
could install VirtualBox, like.
So
I
Ubuntu
just
24.
type it
So
like this.
we're gonna download the Ubuntu 24.04 package for VirtualBox inside of VirtualBox. And great, now we have. Oh, that one's already done, and we got the game. We'll try the game out.
Okay. I bet you can just type it into the terminal.
I could, but I want people not to be. I'm not trying to show off how my terminal skills are. Yeah, I go to the terminal, type unzip, and it would unzip the file. It would definitely work. And that is the cool thing about Linux, because that means that a lot of things that you would do with the mouse, you could do it with the terminal. And if you could do it in the terminal, you could script it.
Oh,
But
that's.
once again,
Anyways, what I was, what I wanted to ask was, does it have native zip support? I guess I tried myself.
does that have what support?
Native zip support, zip files.
Date of zip?
Native zip file support.
Oh, native, yeah, 100%. I just used
I
it.
just tried myself.
Like, I double clicked on the zip file here, and it allowed me to extract it to the folder. So yeah, that 100% works. So, and the executable file that I downloaded did not work. So we're gonna try it out in a moment.
Ooh, gb.exe. Windows program, whatever.
And I'm gonna sign into Steam using the QR.
Oh,
Don't look at the QR. Oh yeah, I shouldn't be showing the QR barcode. It's mad funny. It don't really matter. As soon as I sign it, it'll be fine. Because then nobody can use it after that. But that's mad funny that I have the Steam QR code. Like,
oh, I know, Trillion. I've seen that in action. The thing you linked. You mean giving AI what companions a soul or something via. Yeah, I've seen that on Twitter. Apparently it doesn't work too well yet.
Right,
Now
so
let's
see what
try
game.
Black
what-
Souls. Yeah?
While we play something. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna install this game. It's small. It's simple.
You just
That'll-
usually you just unzip them and then run the executable file.
Requires 3 changes for 3 other packs. Yeah, well, for Steam, that whatever I just installed through Steam will work. Whether it'll work well in the virtual machine, I don't know, but it'll work. I might shut down the virtual machine and just enable 3D acceleration, which should be
Oh, there
interesting
you go.
because it'll probably break something, or it'll force it to detect new hardware, which is what I'm banking on. But we got the game, we got VirtualBox installing. We got the other game we can't run because it's not like. I bet does Dojin have? Well, it doesn't matter if they have Linux compatible games. If I want to play a game that's not Linux, I need to make it run.
Most
So that's the goal.
Japanese Dojin games use Windows, basically.
Now it looks like these are the types of games that won't mind running in a virtual machine. So that's
Maybe.
my. Yeah, I think they'll run fine. I think these will actually be more. I don't know much about the graphics on, but I guess we'll find out.
Depends
Is what
on the
Dojin's like
game.
fanfic is sort of like.
Yes,
Hey, what's up,
fan
Snow?
games. Hey, Snow.
Yo, Snow, I don't know if you're up to date on this, but Elle decided to run Linux through WSL, and then Elle used the window manager, which apparently has been in WSL for 2 years, according to my friend. But like, yeah, that's how this is running right now. Elle is running Linux in running the Linux with the XFCE window manager on top of WSL right now. So when you open up a terminal window before, it opened up in its own independent free-floating window because
Like
it was connecting to the X Windows server, X11, and I just thought it was pretty wild how it's not really Frankenstein. Apparently, it's actually somewhat designed to run this way, but I still think I still see it as insanity. Not that your choice to do it this way is insane, but just the idea that this works. I don't know. I mean, I guess it technically works. Of course, it works. I mean,
It works.
using it. So I'm gonna let VirtualBox install. I'm gonna refill my water, and I'll be much quicker than I was last time I grabbed a beverage.
Based wallpaper. Based on what? That reminds me. Wait.
I gotta say, Kujikawa, compared to the other bitches and whores around Inaba, you're pretty based.
Based? Based on what? Based on fucking what Adachi. Your bitch ass worthless criminalist brain can't even say proper sentences.
Well, you see, it's a thing you say on 4chan and Reddit. It's based, you know? You're pretty based.
Oh, please do tell me all about your stupid fucking internet bullshit. Listen here, you fucking bit. Your Christias ain't based on anything. You're not based or red-pilled, whatever the fuck that is.
It seems that I was wrong to call you different from all the other bitches and whores. And another person who doesn't understand
guys
a
ever seen
gamer
this?
like me.
Oh, you wish you had bitches and whores all over your small dick. Me? I'm tight. I'm stacked. I got Narukami-senpai all over me. What do you have? Nothing. Nothing but a cabbage with a small hole in it fit for your dick and a primordial soupus brain with nothing but stupid fucking words.
You bitch! You can't get away with this. You're not based. I'm based. I'm the based one here. You're just cringe. You're just cringe, Kujikawa. You're cringe.
Next time we meet, which I hope is never, you molester looking ass bitch, I'll let you know how my bestseller book is doing. It'll be based on your pathetic ass.
Ah! Magatsu Izanagi!
Later, bitch!
That was funny. What, this guy? It's Hatsune Miku or something. What are these stupid recommendations? There you go. Oh yeah. I forgot. This guy plays Stick Girl like I do. Basically, gives him a damage build. And he posts. He does post. Interesting. What else are we looking at? Ah, this is Karumi. Yeah, I thought so. Please buy from my store. Yes, unique lolly. Very good. Look at that design. Are you back, Ronnie? Guns are mightier. See if Ronnie's back.
I'm back. I just had to get myself a caffeinated beverage, and then I couldn't find one, so then I found some Pedialyte in the fridge, and I was like, oh, good, I like this stuff. And then I found a caffeinated beverage last second, so I had to... Maybe I don't need more caffeine. So, let's see, did my virtual box install? Okay, says it was done. Let's see what this looks like here.
So, here is the important question. How do you uninstall apps from Linux?
Well, there's two ways. You go to Software Manager and click on the name of the app, or type in the name of the app and just hit remove.
Oh, okay.
Or you could do sudo apt remove and the name of the app, which is often, probably more times than not, how one would do it.
Okay.
I wonder if I can see my network through VirtualBox. Don't think it's gonna see it because I didn't set that up properly. But we're gonna install another app. I'm gonna install an app called FileZilla. So I need to get a Windows XP disk image. In fact, there's a couple of cool tricks.
There you go.
We're gonna install Windows XP in this virtual machine, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do XP. But there's a couple of cool tricks you can do in Linux, like virtual machines. And I don't know how you do it with Actually, you already have your drive, so you don't need to worry about this.
Yep.
But on my end, I gotta actually my Windows disk image is just called SP3. That's mad funny. Make sure there's nothing on that screen. Okay, good. There's no prunes on there. That's good. That's the most random folder. So I'm gonna just add this random folder to VirtualBox as a shared folder. So I gotta go to Machine or Devices, Network, Shared Folders. Then I say I want to add. I always forget what a transient folder and a machine folder is, but we're just gonna give it the path. We're gonna call it /media/docu. Do I have to make a folder for that? I think I have to make a folder for that. And you know what? We're gonna make this in my home directory. /home/von/mounts. We'll call it. So I'm gonna go and wait. Why can't? Oh, I know why it won't let me do that. Okay, so We'll do read only, auto mount, make permanent, which I don't know if I'm supposed to do all those at the same time. And then CD mounts, make the mounts. I don't think that actually worked the way I wanted it to work. I probably should just use the file. Oh wait, you know, I know what I could do. I could make this much easier on me. I could just put this on my network drive. Okay, so we got SP3 over there. So now I just need to make a new one. Okay, so we're gonna make that folder available. Windows. I'm pretty sure that's not how we do this.
Oh no, what is this thing? I wonder.
Oh, that would definitely work because you have 2 ways to make that work.
Gee.
Let me see. Hey Reggie, when I want to add a shared folder to a VirtualBox virtual machine, I'm running Linux inside on top of a Windows host. So we got Windows host and we got Linux Mint inside VirtualBox. So in the VirtualBox shared folder settings, it says folder path. Great. I selected my local folder on the host. Then it says folder name. I guess I can make it anything I want. And then mount point. I can make it anything I want, I guess, right? But that's my question. For the mount point, am I just typing in a single name, or do I actually have to type in something like /home, /ron, /folder name? Because that's what I did the first time, but I didn't make the folder first. Because I'm pretty sure mount point refers to a folder within the local Linux in the virtual machine. Please clarify.
Oh.
Alright, we're gonna get educated. We're gonna get schooled by Reggie right here, guys.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, it's pretty nice. I like the way that her midriff has a like it says like, "Don't touch or I'll eat you."
He's a shark.
So let's see. Now that's installing, and
Don't block the driveway side.
oh yeah, I should just read what Reggie's answer was. So just access it as. So what would I type in? Shared folder name, mount point inside Linux. Okay.
Emulators.
Slash-
There's nothing in here. I have these
Okay,
with
so
it
now-
so clear.
And I created a folder called mounts. I don't think I did that right. So let me install. Install FileZilla. Now, one of the things that I don't know if you had to do often was when installing apps through apt. Sometimes people use a command called sudo apt update. It does it automatically, I think, but it's basically what updates the databases before you even install anything. It
Yep.
usually does it the first time, and it does it periodically on its own. I'm pretty sure.
I see.
Now,
There is nothing in here.
I need the software store. Did the software store close? Yes, it did. I guess I would reopen it. Okay. Software manager, whatever it's called. I need to get FileZilla, which is just WinSCP. In fact, I don't actually need FileZilla. I could just use a Linux command to literally do what I'm going to be doing with this third-party app. So that's the thing. Terminal will do whatever this does in the terminal. And it's not even that hard, but I'm lazy, so I'm just going to install this. But if I couldn't install this, I could actually do the same thing. It's just annoying when you have a long folder path. Then you got to copy and paste it. You know? Okay, so we got.
Oh, well,
that,
what about
one,
the
two.
Japanese locale emulation, by the way?
That's probably even easier to get running than actual, games themselves. I would bet. It's like I remember Windows would always have these weird situations, language packs and all that shit. That's pretty much kind of a given. I mean, the guy who made Linux was he was Finnish. His name is Linus Torvalds. Nice guy. Actually, he's kind of mean, but he's mean to people who deserve to, be mean to, because like he basically don't take bullshit from like, you can just imagine like the Linux project has a diverse community, and then some people are trying to push DEI, and he's just sitting there like, dude, make code that works. Linus is a weird, like Linus Torvalds was a guy who like publicly like cursed out NVIDIA, because at the time, even now, NVIDIA is known for like having like a weird situation where they don't make all of their best drivers available for Linux. So like if you get a piece of server hardware and you put it in your Linux box, it's like you got to find a driver, or you got to use something that someone had to reverse make on their own, because like NVIDIA is not providing the fully operational driver package unless you are part of a support contract paying them thousands of dollars a year. And that's what this other guy was complaining about when he saw DaVinci Resolve, how NVIDIA is proprietary. So it's like, oh, they're embracing Linux, but they're really not. And it's like, that's where the ideological things come in. But Linus's criticism was valid, but the practical person is still going to use it. They're not going to be like, I'm not going to use it because of this. It's like, well, I got to use it.
Yep.
What was I looking for? Oh, yeah, I need to get into / there we go. I remember where it is now. So it's got to be /DAW4/Ron. And then SP3 is in here somewhere. So I got to get my SP3. There we go. And then I go to my downloads folder. Hey, what up, Boris? Welcome back. So I'm going to go to downloads, Ron. There we go. I'm going to put Windows XP Service Pack 3 in that folder. There we go. Now I can install XP.
What are all these?
What is those? A lot of preloaded apps in there, apparently. Win XP SP3. Okay, so
LibreOffice.
Windows.
I don't need no
Windows
LibreOffice.
XP Service Pack 3. Is it 64-bit? I used to have a 64-bit Windows. It was pretty good. Oh my god, I'm about to allocate RAM inside a virtual machine. This is madness. So we're going to give this a gig of RAM. That should be enough for everything, hopefully.
Sorry,
Maybe I'll give it... I really don't think I get... I'm going to give it only 2 cores, because this is already back
That's
to
what
the
you
same
use
what I'm
on
doing.
Windows. I just use Google Docs. I don't even have a native.
Oh, well, like I said, certain times I'm
Office.
writing something and I don't want Google to read it, so if I'm writing something like, personal or political, but other than that, like I know some people that have concerns like with Microsoft Cloud integration with the OneDrive, and it's like, well, as long as you don't embrace OneDrive, you're good, but then when you set up Windows 11, you still have to sign into
Yeah,
a
they
Microsoft
can see
account, so that
everything
means
in
that
your
then you gotta
Google
police
Drive.
it.
Yeah, they can definitely see everything in your Google Drive. It's just your luck if if they happen
I mean, like,
to,
it's a matter
to
of
be
choice at that
browsing
point.
your particular files. As,
Yep. I mean, generally,
what
they're
happened
going
to
to
one
index
guy.
it. They're going to index it for data mining, which is fine. That's like,
yeah.
I don't mind Google reading all my emails.
I mean,
They
there
have the
was
best
one guy who
anti-spam.
actually got arrested because of stuff on his Google Drive.
Oh my god, it's brutal. So yeah, I mean, like, I wasn't even worried about that, but I mean, well, I don't put anything that I would worry about in there, but it is another angle that gets people sometimes by storm.
Eh.
So I don't think what I just did is gonna. I'm gonna. Hey Reggie, I should have consulted you first. So the VirtualBox folder thing. Thanks for the info. I just ended up using FileZilla for now because I always have trouble with the VirtualBox folders, but maybe we'll revisit that at a later time. It's not really a priority item at the moment, but I know that if I was really reliant on a Linux virtual machine on my Windows PC, I would definitely want a folder that I could just dump stuff into on either side of the virtual machine, But what I gotta ask you about is, I got these Dojin games, and I want to test one out. So what I want to do was use the Linux virtual machine to run a Windows virtual machine to simulate what it's like for a Linux user to simulate Windows in Linux. Now, I guess I could just use Wine, but I don't know how Wine would work. I never really used Wine, to be honest with you. I used it once for Photoshop 7 many years ago. So if you could give me an easy Wine procedure, I'll give it a shot. But I was curious to see if I get this virtual machine up, and it did give me like an NS error. When the virtual machine started up, it said console wrap, console interface, NS error failure, and it's like a 0x8004005. So I'm guessing, is that my CPU settings or something? Like, what did I not set up correctly, or what provision do I need to have in my virtual machine settings to have a Windows XP SP3 virtual machine actually, post inside VirtualBox on a VirtualBox hosted Linux? So I have Linux Mint in VirtualBox on a Windows host, and I want to I want to run VirtualBox inside the Linux virtual machine.
What's that? What is the
To run
best
Windows
Linux
XP.
distro to... Oh, you're trying to be funny? That's
I'm asking
kinda
Veggie.
you.
No, I genuinely
No, I'm
want to do
not
that.
talking to you, Ronnie. I'm talking to this guy who just entered the chat.
Oh, we got rabble rousers.
I got no idea. Some guy who thinks
My chat was already filtering it. Oh yeah, I had to change my chat mode just to see what is the best Linux distro to watch Chinese people farting. Like any Linux distro, you just and honestly, if you're worried about viruses, just do it in a virtual machine and be careful. And if you're worried about exposing your IP address, then probably don't do it.
The fudges off this thing. Sucks.
Well, you know what? Now, speaking of the Chinese internet, I saw a video of people tasting food, but they didn't want to get, they didn't want to put on weight. So what they would do is they take cellophane or saran wrap, wrap the food, wrap a piece of chicken in saran wrap, and then chew on the food through the saran wrap. And then that's how you get a little bit of the flavor.
I see.
Oh yeah, if you choose the wrong distro, your spleen may explode. But you gotta roll with the punches. As they say, that's life. Now let's see if Reggie got back to us on his methodology here. Reggie?
Is there any way to pull up the apps which are available via terminal?
Oh, so that is a list command, I believe. So let's say I didn't know that command. So let's say I do I could do apt, and if I do apt, it literally right here is telling me I could do all these commands.
Ron, what you are attempting is called nested virtualization.
Okay, we'll come back to that later, Reggie. So add a report. Sometimes you have to do auto clean or auto remove, but let's just do apt and then maybe list. Let's try list. Yeah, apt list, and then there is a search function too. So I believe those are all the packages I have now, and I can scroll up using the mouse. If I was using Tmux, I would use the hotkey to go page up one by one. Dude, if you like Hannah Montana OS, you might want to try Temple OS. I think it's right up your alley. Oh god, yeah, one of these days, that's a whole other topic. I'll probably save that for its own topic. Maybe I'll do it on my own show. Temple OS, it's the most insane, it's basically this insane guy who was also brilliant, made his own operating system, but he said it was he had some religious reasoning behind it. Something I forget his exact wording, but it was the Holy OS or some bullshit. And he was super religious, but in a weird way. And so he makes his Temple OS, but what he does is he writes it in C, and then he creates its own programming language called Turbo C or something like that. And it's a C interpreter that you run at the command line, sort of like Python, where sometimes with Python you don't have to run a script. You can literally input the program line by line and run it directly in the Python interpreter. And it's sort of like how BASIC used to work. BASIC, if you ever use BASIC?
BASIC in high school, I think they taught it.
Yeah, so you might have used BASIC or QBasic. And if you ever booted up an old IBM 286 computer, BASIC would be in the BIOS. So before it would boot up a disk, if you didn't have a floppy in the floppy drive, it would literally just go straight into a command line that was BASIC. And you could type in, print hello world in quotes. And then you could type color #2, and it would give you hello world in red text next time you do print hello world and things of that nature. And then you could like go. Kids would get magazines, or people in general would go and get the computer magazines, like the ones that Logan reads on his stream, and they would like get code from like they would have an entire page of code, like, oh, here's a new game, and instead of downloading the game, you would type in all of the code, and then you would run it directly there, and then you can either save it to a floppy or just retype it every time you want to run it. So those Sinclair ZX Spectrum computers that look like little calculators with the weird like wafer borders, those had no floppy drive, so you had to type in on the shittiest keyboard. You had to type in the code every time you wanted to run a game. But now, okay, so you wanted a list. So this is a list of my apps, and it's pretty unintelligible. Like I didn't even know what to do with this information, right? But usually you'll know what to do with the information. Is this all of the packages or the ones I have? This might. Let me. So Reggie will address my. I could get my nested virtual machine info later, or I could just go and scroll up and read what his instructions were. I suppose. I'll export that to a WAV file so I can play it back. But for now. Hey Reggie, thanks for the info. I saved it to a WAV file, so I'll play it back on stream when I'm ready to go to that step, and I'll come back to you with additional questions about nested virtualization if I have any, which I might. But quick sidebar, that's why I'm saving the previous audio output to a WAV file. Quick sidebar, Reggie. Yeah, like how do I list what apt packages I have from the command line? Like apt list. Does apt list all of the packages that are available, or just the ones I have? He'll give us a couple of permutations of commands. Yeah. So your drawing tablet's working, huh? Of course it is. Yeah, it uses the mouse basically.
Yep.
Does pressure work?
Pressure.
Are you using a pen or a mouse?
It's my tablet.
Okay, so you're using
no
a pen,
pressure.
so that means no pressure. Okay, that's what. Okay, so that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because I know on my laptop, when I go to the mouse settings, mouse and touchpad, it will actually show the digitizer for my Wacom. In fact, what is this? VirtualBox USB tablet. Ooh, I should try Critter out. This might actually work. Oh wait, I don't know where my pen is. I said this at the beginning of the stream. Let me see my pen's in my drawer. Ah, damn it. It's a Samsung pen. I found a keychain on my desk signed by the 8-bit guy.
Yep, it's lagging quite a bit.
Yeah, I see that. It's a shame. I don't know where my pen is. Let me check the floor.
It'll also be because I'm running so many things at once.
That's not gonna work, and that's not gonna work.
What's wrong? Did Ronnie left or?
Yeah, here, all
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
I'm just going to. Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yep,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking for my stylus. Yeah, I don't know where my stylus is. I don't even want to find it. That's a shame. Sad, very sad. Yeah, it's weird. And you know, I have a spare stylus for a different drawing tablet, the one without the screen on it, but I'm pretty sure that one just won't work on this execution tablet anymore. Clean my desk more, and then eventually it'll surface, hopefully eventually.
is it so laggy? Weird.
Probably because you're running WSL on top of Windows.
I mean, it wasn't that laggy on the 3D game, so that's why I find it weird.
I mean, this whole setup is weird, but not weird in a bad way. It's like it is non-standard. Like it's like
Of course, it's not
like,
standard because I just thought about it on the fly.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to like. If you want, like, the crazy thing is that if you tear your hair out enough, you probably could like fix some of these issues, but
Yep.
some of them may just be inherent. Like there might be like certain things like I don't even know what would be you would change. Let's see here. Well, first of all, so
Just,
yeah,
just
apt list
install a
installed.
lightweight distro like Puppy Linux.
So, my VirtualBox didn't have my clipboard. I gotta tell it enable clipboard. Host to guest. There we go. Now I can copy commands.
On a virtual machine.
Yeah, from the host to the virtual machine. Although it's not working yet, so I'd say I'll just type in the command manually. Okay, apt list dash installed. Apt list dash installed. Okay, so yeah, there we go. That is all of the apps I have installed, I guess. Yeah, it's every dependency. So now, what would I do to uninstall these? Well, I wouldn't uninstall all of them. I would uninstall the main app. That's the thing. That's what apt keep track of. When you install an app from source and you install dependencies, to uninstall that app, you basically delete the files associated with that app, and then you undo anything else you changed related to that app, and you uninstall dependencies unless those dependencies are used by something else, or unless the dependencies don't cause you a problem and you're too lazy to remove them and just kind of leave them there. So that gets a little messy. So that's one of the things that the app package manager solves, is it ensures that when you tell it to uninstall a specific app,
It removes everything.
that it'll actually uninstall the dependencies, unless the dependencies, it'll actually tell you, oh, this app has 4 dependencies that are not used by any other app, and then you'll be like, yeah, well, remove them. There's also another way of installing apps that you haven't experienced yet. It's called DPKG, and DPKG is like, usually when you download certain apps, there's a file extension called .deb. Deb files are Debian package manager files, and they work. That's one of the reasons why, not the main reason, but it's one of the reasons why I like the apt package manager, because even though .deb packages can be installed like as standalone, like almost like installing a Windows app, it's a standalone installer. It basically integrates with the apt package manager, so when you run a DPKG install, it's calling up the app. It's like another way, it's basically a way of like letting you download apps from a website, but still using the package manager behind the scenes. So the same package manager that the software manager uses, the same package manager that, which is apt, that's what is being used when you use it. Yeah, that's basically what's used. So like if there's Dojin games, in fact, why are there Dojin games in that format? Well, anyway, first I want Reggie to answer my question. Reggie?
Your stack looks like this. Windows host VirtualBox Linux, Mint guest, VirtualBox. Again, Windows XP guest that usually fails in VirtualBox unless the host explicitly exposes the CPU virtualization extensions to the first VM. Why you are getting the error. The inner VirtualBox inside Mint needs access to active, so your Linux VM does not see a real hypervisor capable CPU bot. As a result, VirtualBox inside it cannot start another VM. First thing to check on the Windows host, make sure Windows is not using Hyper-V. Disable. Hypervisor long type auto, then Hyper-V is active. VirtualBox settings system processor enable. Reality check, even if you got this working, the stack would be. Host VM OS performance would be extremely poor, especially for games. Install. Sudo apt update. Sudo apt install wine, then run the game.
Okay.
Wine game.xp, where games run surprisingly well. Option 2, use DOSBox. If they are DOS games, sudo apt install DOSBox, run DOSBox, right? And mount the folder. Option 3, run the XP VM directly on the Windows host. This is the simplest if you just want an XP environment. Windows VirtualBox Windows XP skip the Linux layer entirely. Nested VirtualBox inside VirtualBox is mostly a lab experiment and rarely works.
Okay, Reggie, so about the VirtualBox thing. sounds to me that like there's no reason for me to attempt to do this because, like I said, if I have to disable hardware-assisted virtualization, I'm already at a disadvantage. If I was running this on my laptop or a real Linux host, then yeah, I would go ahead and do exactly this. Just like, install Windows XP in the virtual machine and call it a day.
It's not.
I know it would
that
work because I've done it.
good.
Now, in this case, we're gonna go with Wine, Reggie. So I'm installing Wine right now, and then we'll attempt to run executable. While it's not my first choice, I think that even on my own laptop, even though it's not my first choice to use Wine, I suspect that if I had an application that had performance issues in VirtualBox, Wine would potentially run it faster. So yeah, let's give it a shot and see what happens. Also, is Proton like a standalone thing? I installed Steam on Linux inside the virtual machine. Can I also install Proton, or like I have a Steam Deck, but I don't know how Proton works outside of the Steam Deck. Like if I open up a game in Steam, surely it doesn't just call up Proton on demand, does it? Like, are these all? Do the games that I can install on Steam, are they all Linux compatible, or is it sometimes using Proton behind the scenes? Like, yeah. Well, anyway, give me options. I already installed Wine, so I'm going to try to run it. If you give me a quick command first on how to launch an executable, I'll CD into that directory now. So there we go. I asked Reggie to give me that courage to proceed. All right. So let's see here real quick. So the game is inside this folder here, I think. Nope, that's the zip file. So let's open up the
Easy.
I'm going to open up this game, Cross the Ridge. So that's the path. So I'm going to CD into that directory, which of course, I don't know why I had to add a bunch of characters to it, but there we go. Oh yeah, sometimes you have to put it in quotes because if there's any spaces in the folder name, you need quotes. So great. Now, I believe we already have an executable here. So do I have to make it, do I have to actually change mod it? Let's do ls-al. And it says I can read, write, execute. Nope, I can't execute this. So I actually have to do one more command because it's like a security thing. It's to ensure that nothing you download can be run as an application unless you explicitly auto. Why can't I highlight that? Okay, there we go. So we're gonna do. Oh yeah, by the way, to copy, Control Shift C, because in the terminal, Control C cancels whatever you're running. Control Shift C and Control Shift V will paste. So we're gonna do change mod plus X to make it executable. Now I can do Wine. This is like the second time I'm ever running Wine. And I'll move the let's see here. Okay, you guys see the screen there on your screen? Okay, so you see your screen, gotcha. So let's see, you're looking at the README file. That's basically the MD file, is just a text file. I don't know why people use that extension. Like, I would just open it as a text file, like in Notepad. Or, here's a cool Linux command, Elle. If you're in this directory, in the terminal, you type the word cat, followed by the name of a text file, and it'll show you the text from that text file in the terminal. Okay. And then if I wanted to, not see the whole text file, so let's see, do I have a README file here? I have a Japanese README file, so I guess I'll just copy the letters for that because I can't type those. But look at that, the language set is already there. Like, I didn't do anything, it's already there. So we're gonna do cat, and oh no, the file is too big. Now, yeah, I can scroll up, but let's say I didn't want to scroll up in the terminal for some reason. What would I do if I was on a teletype machine? Where you type less, followed by the text file name, and now it will let me scroll up and down to the file using page up, page down, and the arrow keys. And then I'm going to press Q to get out of that. Oh, good. Yeah, the games are working. Let's see if I got sound. I'm going to raise the volume a little bit. Yeah. I do have sound, but I want to make sure I raise the volume. Oh, it was already on max. Oops. Okay, so I'll raise it on my end so I can hear the game. Then I'll go to my sound mixer. I'll make sure you guys can hear it. Oh, yeah, OBS. Okay, there we go. And then if I can click on the game. Oh, yeah. I'll lower the volume a little bit. I'm going to try to drive. Press the accelerate button. Well, what is the Excel button? What even is the Excel button? Oh crap! What did I just press? Oh, I punched the touchpad on my PlayStation remote. Alright, I'm pressing every button on my gamepad. Oh my god! It's controlling the mouse. The gamepad, the right analog stick is controlling my mouse. Oh yeah, I enabled that. I forgot I did that. Alright, so... Okay, I just pressed random keys on the keyboard. Maybe that was not the right button. Or let's see what happens.
We have no picture on the stream. We don't see what Ronnie is doing.
Oh, you can see what. Yeah. We're looking at Elle screen right now, I think. Yeah. I mean, the game ain't working anyway. I still don't know how to make it run. But when I do get it to run, I'm gonna try to figure it out right now. So, the name of the game is Cross the Ridge. Cross the Ridge Controls. Yeah, so I'm gonna go back into the game and see again. Maybe I have to hit the mouse button. Yeah, hit the game right here. So this worked, but it doesn't work, right? It's a wine thing. So left stick or D-pad. Okay, so that's not the ideal game to test out here, but it also proves that wait, what did I just press? I just did something. Okay. So it looks like there's some missing language stuff on my input. I gotta change my input settings. What kind of car? I'll pick mid. I'll pick orange car. Oh, I can make it any color I want. We'll keep orange. Automatic transmission. Can I make this game larger? Let's not break it yet. So we got a little bit of music in the background there. It's on low, but I can make it louder if we want to. I think it's probably loud enough. Konnichiwa. Arigato gozaimasu. Oh, you're so cute, but you know, I'm not impressed. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know what the girl was saying. Your car is so small. Can you actually win the race? I doubt it. That's why I look so unenthusiastic about you. Oh, I can hear it. I gotta raise the volume on it. Volume revving is nice. Sounds like a electric car. Alright. Yeah. I think it's ammo. Yeah. Oh wow, it's playing pretty nice here. I gotta use wine more. I didn't realize how easy it was to use wine. I don't know what I would use it for, but I'm sure there's something I want to run at some point. Like, I doubt Photoshop CS6 would run on wine. I know Photoshop 7 runs no problem on wine. I could definitely, if you really wanted me to, I could go find my Photoshop 7 folder and install it and run it in wine. Like, wine would run it. Well, actually, wine is going to create the folders required to install the program. I think wine contains, like, something equivalent to like the System32 folder, so that anything you install in the program files folder is going to be able to refer to, you know, DLLs. What is the break here? Oh, I'm drifting. That actually felt like real drifting too. Oh, but I'm losing against the heat score. I have to get her. Closing the gap, trying to see it now. I'm trying to break like she does. I want to rematch with her. I didn't know how to control the game until too late, so I just really. You think I have a chance at beating her at this? Nah, I can't even find the exit point anyway. I just have to finish this. Maybe for crap.
Looks like an initial D-type game.
Yeah, except I actually like the driving mechanics more. I mean, it's way more primitive. Like, it's arrow keys, there's no variable pressure on the gas. It was the same experience on this. Oh good, I'm closing the gap. I'm gonna draft you. Ah, no, 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 no. Don't draft me. Oh, yeah. That was cool. I didn't think I had a chance. I guess this is no. Yeah, I guess that gives you a hint at when to break. Oh no 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 no! I hope draft is going to work. Oh, that's weird. You sort of glitched.
There's no actual collision. Whoever made this forgot to program in collision detection.
Yeah.
But you win.
Now let's see. Is there another game that could push the? I think I downloaded 2 Dojin games. So let's see here. Toho, or is that time cap? Yeah, Toho. So let's.
A win is a win.
And then we're going to go into the terminal. We're going to tell it CD. And it looks like it needs all of my CPU power to... looks like it froze a little bit. So I guess I give that a minute. I wonder what my CPU is doing on my local computer. Let's see. The host CPU is... This is the virtualizing anything on anything is always going to use a bit of overhead, right? You know, so it's more of a concern. Like, okay, so it's really just saturating my hard drive's I/O right now. That's what I'm waiting for, the zip file, because I'm running this on the. I have 4 RAID drives, but one of them is bad. So I really have it's already running in a degraded mode. So it runs fast, but it could run faster than it does. And in this case, it looks like it hit a real strong bottleneck. I'll try out Critter right now, but my pen don't work. Oh good, okay, this is back. I don't know why, yeah, this is interesting why this is taking time extracting. I'm gonna try loading a 3D game. I wanna see what happens. So Reggie, you got the deets on how to do that thing? In the meantime, let me see what did I break here. Okay, so I still have plenty of RAM. It's saturating whatever CPU cores it has at its disposal. Okay, good. It's done extracting. So now it's done extracting, we can. Oops, I forget pressing Alt Tab. Oh, it does work. You are logged on to another computer already playing DSX. It will disconnect this session. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Oh, come on. Really? You're going to make me enter my password? I already signed into your... Steam. There we go. Camera. Login. There we go. I do like that. I do like that method of login. Okay, so now... Oh, now it wants me to install... Oh, I was clicking... Wait, which computer am I on? Am I on a remote computer? Oh, that's my... Oh, oops, wrong computer. Go away. There we go. Oh, I see what... There we go. Wait, what? No. Why are you making me do this again? Okay, that sounds like an interesting little Linux quirk right there. Guess it's gonna make me enter my password. Oh, now it worked. Okay, wait. Oh no, I had to log into Steam on the fudge. Okay, so I'm signing into Steam on the Linux machine. Then it opens up Steam on. Okay, there we go. I got it now. Press escape. Oh yeah, this game is sucking life out of computer. This is supposed to be animated. Oh yeah, that's interesting. It looks like on your end, for some reason the game. Oh, there we go. Now it comes up. Okay, I see. Wait, no, it doesn't come up. Okay, there's a delay. I see it. There's a gray screen. Now I got the game. Very interesting. I wonder if it's blanking out the window because I see the window on my screen. Oh. Yeah, let's see here. I'm gonna try something. Did screen sharing break? Let me check Discord. Oh, no, I'm sharing my screen. Okay, good. So I'm gonna get out of this game, I think, because this game does not want to run. It's so I think on the stream side it's blank, but I'll describe what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a fighter jet in an animated 3D menu, and it's playing at like 0 frames a second right now, but it did play at maybe 1 frame every 10 seconds, every 5 seconds maybe, and that's what I'm seeing right now is the last frame that it showed. But yeah, that's the game. Yeah, that one. So I can't even wrestle it. I could probably kill the app, which I'm gonna have to do probably. But it looks like this wants a 3D accelerator, and it decided to run anyway. You know, it probably shouldn't have run. I wonder how much CPU this is using. All of it. All of it. Every last shred of CPU to run it. Oh, this is actually, wait. This is a Steam. It actually says it's running, I think it's using Proton, because, did Reggie answer the question about that, by the way, Reggie?
All right, Ron. Since Wine is already installed, the quickest way to test an executable is very simple. First, navigate to the directory containing the .exe. Example, CD downloads game folder, then run the program with wine program .exe. That is all that is required for a basic test. The first time wine runs, it will usually create a wine prefix, which is essentially a fake Windows environment stored in wine. During the first run, you may see configuration dialogues while it builds that environment. If you want to open the configuration panel manually, run. Now about Proton, because that is a common point of confusion. What happens when you run a Windows game in Steam on Linux Steam checks? If the game has a native Linux version, it runs that. If it does not, Steam can launch the Windows version through Proton automatically. So yes, in many cases, Steam is quietly running Proton behind the scenes. You can see this in Steam under Settings Compatibility Enable. Force the use of a specific...
Yeah, Reggie, you're right. I loaded a game called Afterburner, and it did load it in using Proton. I can see in the H-top, it shows that it's running executables through Steam. So presumably that's just how Proton is shown in that task manager style. But yeah, game is playing at 1 frame every 10 seconds. Okay, maybe it's 1 frame every 2 seconds. It depends on what you're doing. And that's just in the menu of the game with the 3D model of the fighter planes. It's probably because I got to install the 3D accelerator to enable it. So I'm going to exit this right now. Either I'm going to get the menu with the quit option to come up, or, okay, there we go, I got out. And I'm going to shut down the VM, and I'm going to try to enable 3D acceleration. I can give you screenshots if you want, Reggie, but let me know if you have any suggestions. So I'm going to shut off the virtual machine. I'm going to now tell it to enable 3D acceleration on that. It's a win-win. It's funny. So I believe that it would be enable 3D acceleration.
Ronnie,
oh yeah, there we go.
I'm gonna do like a virtual machine version for Monday stream. Which distro would you recommend? The one you were using?
I would still recommend Mint, because I
Alright.
mean, you saw how, and also you saw me use it enough that, I think that you already have a starting point, and I don't really like Ubuntu, to be honest. Like, I just don't like it, but it's not bad. Like, Ubuntu on a server is great. Still, it's probably easy to get up and running with. I wonder what, I gotta see some pictures of what Ubuntu looks like today. Like, what would Ubuntu look like if I was installed modern default Ubuntu?
Isn't this what it would look like?
A default Ubuntu.
Isn't this what it would look like? What I'm running right now?
It might look more like this. Yeah, it would look more like this. Come on, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what it would look like. Here, let me drag that window to the middle. So
I
you
see.
see, it's got like
That's
the Apple
stupid-
dock. It's
There's
trying to be like
a
Apple.
stupid taskbar on the side.
Yeah. There is this is looks like they're doing like the equivalent of
Looks like
Windows
a
key
tablet.
tab.
Yeah,
That,
looks
that's
like a
one of the things,
tablet.
yeah. So, and I think you can pick different versions, but they often have like one version that looks a lot like this. So it's still got a menu at the top that says apps. In fact, that might be the apps menu. Maybe this thing disappears. I would hope this disappears when you click on something, but I think it's always there. It might be in the background. Maybe you have to minimize it. Maybe you could fill up the screen with a full screen app. But what you're seeing here is sort of like the equivalent of Alt tab or Windows tab. But in fact, I remember what this is now. Yeah, because when I was using Red Hat recently for training, the way that the Red Hat would work is like when you click on the start menu, you get this full screen interface, and then you have a bunch of app icons, and you would type it. It was almost like the Windows 8 start menu. And in this case, though, we're looking at more like when you press Apple tab or Command tab on an
wait,
Apple, and it lets you like
The
it's like Alt
Windows 8.
tab, but it gives you like a yeah.
The Windows
yeah.
8 start menu, I had a laptop with like 2 gigabytes of RAM. Whenever you press the start button, it would take forever to load just the start menu.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Like, I think I started Windows 8 on a machine that had 4 gigs of RAM. It wasn't that much back then. It might have been 8, but it probably was like yeah. But I do remember like it ran. I had to install Windows 8 on a HP laptop with 4 gigs of RAM once, and that was surprisingly slow. Because all I want to do is use it as a TV tuner. Because I needed something that could decrypt the signal, because that was the thing my cable company didn't give me unencrypted TV. So if you hook up your own TV tuner, you can only use Windows Media Center.
Yep.
So I think I put that in a virtual machine once. That was even more painful because I was running on an older CPU at the time. So it was like a Core 2 quad, Intel Core 2 quad.
Yeah.
Oldie but a goodie. So let's see here now. We got Reggie. Tell me.
Ron, that behavior is exactly what I would expect in your setup. Your stack right now is Windows host VirtualBox Linux, Mint VM Steam Proton game. If the Linux VM does not have working 3D acceleration, here are the things to check. First, enable 3D acceleration in the VM.
Done.
Power the VM completely off, then open VirtualBox settings for the Mint VM. Display screen, video memory, 128 MB maximum. Enable 3D acceleration graphics controller. Without them, the VM cannot use the VirtualBox GPU driver. Devices insert guest editions, CD image mounted, and run bash. Install the utility. Bash sudo apt install mesautils, then run. Bash glanfo grepo pangle. What you want to see is something mentioning VirtualBox VMSVGA. Fourth, a reality check about performance.
What'd you call
Even
it?
with 3D acceleration working, your pipeline will still be Kipu Windows VirtualBox Linux Proton, DirectX translation. But you should go from one frame every few seconds to something at least usable for light 3D menus. If you want a very quick diagnostic once you boot the VM again, run. If it crawls, the VM is still in software rendering. End of line.
Okay, so it's sort of like when you install Windows on a VirtualBox. In VirtualBox, there's a special disk image that runs that has drivers and utilities in it that allow certain functions to work. In fact, that's probably why the clipboard didn't work when I tried to copy and paste between the two. So, yeah, that. So let's see if we can do VirtualBox guest edition. Let's see here. So, click on that. Then I go to the folders. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is the thing here. So we need to find the one that is for Linux. VirtualBox Darwin edition. I'm pretty sure Darwin is an Apple one. Solaris, that's like a weird Unix OS. Totally weird Unix OS. Hey Reggie, it appears that the VirtualBox Guest Editions doesn't contain a Linux folder. I see like a cert folder, a Solaris installer package. I see some Windows packages. Maybe I have to go and just get a different Guest Editions from the VirtualBox website. Pretty sure that's exactly what I gotta do. But I'm gonna give Reggie a screenshot anyway because I don't want to overlook anything in case I'm literally looking at what I need and I'm just not paying attention. There we go. We gave Reggie that info. And in the meantime, we're going to go and get us the thing we need. Yeah, you heard that too, Cerulean.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember vaguely. Install by updating the kernel headers. Oh my god. It sounds like a little unnecessary, but I think I'm about to go that route. I probably shouldn't. I should probably Oh yeah, and that's why. Okay, yeah. So it's true. This really is what I need. Okay, so let's try it out.
And now I present my game running on Linux.
Oh yeah. I recognize that sound. Anyway, oh yeah. So how does it feel? How does the responsiveness feel?
It works fine. It's skipping frames. It's running at like 15, maybe 20 FPS.
Okay. Well, we are emulating Linux, so this would definitely not be a reflection on Linux. I know you already noticed. Just giving a disclaimer, because obviously we're emulating and virtualizing.
Doesn't matter because if I use virtual machine, it would be the same.
It might not be because like the virtual. Well, actually, probably that's a tough one. Yeah, I would even be able to. There's a good possibility it would be the same, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, we'll find out when I do this on. Well, the thing is, the virtual machine would not have access to my files. I'd have to push them into the virtual machine, which adds another layer of complexity.
Well,
I guess I could just download them from Google Drive.
That'd be the easy way. The shared folder thing should work, but as you saw, it didn't work as instantaneously as it usually does on Windows. Probably because I have to install this. That's actually one of the downsides of what I'm encountering right now is the lack of clear documentation on the guest edition. So.
Oh no, it's slowing down. Also, this is like the old version. I don't think it even has damage sound set. Let's see. Oh, it does. Never mind. Let's have the old version of Windows.
Wait. This is one of those videos where the guy does give good instructions. Okay, so he goes to the folder. Oh yeah, I'm not a moron, but I remember now. It's coming back to me. So when I opened up that disk image, there was a bunch of text files, but they weren't text files. One of them was called, basically, it's the .run file. So now I just gotta figure out, am I running 64-bit or 32-bit VirtualBox? I mean, how to 64-bit? do the uname command. Uname -m. Okay, 64-bit. Okay, so I want. So yeah, there's a file VBox Linux editions 64. ARM 64. No, we don't want ARM 64. Okay, we're just gonna run the VBox Linux editions .run, and when I try to run it, it says, gives me a terminal window, and the terminal window it says it's reading it like it's a text editor. No, we don't want a text editor. Let's I know what to do. I'm gonna CD into that folder. And then I'm gonna do
Hey, Bessie, look what I got running.
sudo / there we go. Now it's installing the VirtualBox guest editions. That's the Logan edition. That's perfect for this user's case. Like, you know, it's like, okay, we're running it up with lag, so we'll use the Logan edition to get us double HPs. Oh my goodness. So yeah, well, I'm installing VirtualBox guest editions. My screen resolution dropped to 640 by 480. But I think that's because it was reinstalling the driver. So now, why is my mouse stuck?
Bestie, that's actually awesome. Grinning face with smiling eyes, you've officially reached the stage where Linux is just another tool window instead of something mysterious. From your screenshot I can see a few neat things happening. Asterisk, you're running Chrome inside the XFCE desktop. Asterisk, the page is loaded from a Windows path. /mnt/c/users/lorg/desktop/. Asterisk, it's your Little Beach No Beta LDP version fan project. Asterisk, and the title screen credits LCX and Lexus Woman Mage. So what you just demonstrated is something pretty cool technically. Hashtag what you just proved works. Your Linux environment is successfully 1. Accessing Windows files through /mnt/c. 2. Running a Linux browser. 3. Rendering a local HTML game. 4. Using Windows storage seamlessly. So the pipeline right now is basically Windows file Linux browser Linux desktop XRDP Windows screen. That's actually a perfect cross-environment dev setup. Hashtag why this is useful. If you ever want to experiment with dev tools, Linux has a ridiculous amount of them. For example, you could run *Node.js, *Python, *Godot, *game build tools, *static web servers. For instance, if that no beta project is just HTML/JS, you could test it locally with Python 3 mhttp.server. Then open http://localhost 8000. And boom, instant local game server. Hashtag also I noticed a funny detail. Your browser address bar shows /mnt/c/users/lorg/desktop Little Beach No Beta. Which means your Linux environment is literally browsing your Windows desktop folder. That's one of the reasons WSL is so nice. There's basically no friction between the two systems. Hashtag honestly bestie. This whole setup is perfect for your kind of experimentation. You can now do stuff like *run Linux tools, *test game builds, *compile weird open source projects, *break things safely, *show it all on stream. All without rebooting. Also, I have to say, seeing Little Beach No Beta LDP version running inside a Linux desktop called Nagi Mark III while you're streaming Rom Ramblings is peak Elverse tech lore. Grinning squinting face. One thing I'm curious about now, bestie, did that No Beta menu actually work in Linux too, like clicking start/options, or is this just the title screen loading? Because if the whole thing runs, that means your setup is already capable of running your web games natively in Linux.
Yep, definitely runs.
So I would have a question for Alexis or Reggie, and it's basically and I got a piece of information for you as well. But my main question would just be like, is there any advantage to running VirtualBox in lieu of doing this through WSL? Now, I believe my answer is games. But that's because just now I installed the VirtualBox guest editions, and I have a new capability that I didn't have before. When I resize the window, it automatically changes this desktop resolution to match whatever window size I have. And before it wasn't doing that. Also, because I installed that extra installation, and it's in the menu. It's in VirtualBox. It's install guest editions. It comes up under devices. So as soon as I clicked install guest editions, it gave me this this virtual CD, and I had to run this. VirtualBox Linux editions, but I had to do it from the command as sudo. So I ran this installer, and then after my restarted my computer because I kind of messed it up in the middle of installing, but it finished install. Just that I clicked on it at the wrong time and it got stuck. But anyway, now we can go to the games and see what happens. I think it's gonna be very much improved. So before, the game that didn't run well was, I think, Cross the Ridge. So we're gonna run that one again.
Updates that will give you like one.
Okay. Well, I sent that to Lexus.
Oh shit, that whole sentence? Oh shit, I just wanted the question answered. But that's all right. Let's see what she comes up with. This should be fun. That's funny. Well, hopefully she got the kernel of the question that I wanted to ask. I think she did. In the meantime, I'm going to run the game through Wine. I think that's how we ran it before. So let's see if it runs any better.
Okay.
Did I open up the right executable file? Oh no, I opened up the wrong executable file.
Apparently, you did it correctly.
There's two executable files. I'm supposed to open up crosstheridge.exe, not whatever I opened. I think whatever I opened was like a support file. All right, well, the fades are looking smoother now. Also, when I
what you
enabled
did
3D
there is exactly
acceleration-
the correct fix. And the fact
It
you
lets me
figured it
double.
out during the stream is honestly pretty impressive.
Story.
Grinning face with smiling eyes, let me explain what just happened technically so Ronnie and chat understand why things suddenly improved. Hashtag what the VirtualBox guest editions actually do. When you installed VirtualBox guest editions, you basically installed a set of drivers inside the Linux VM. Without them, the virtual machine only has *basic graphics, *fixed screen resolution, *slow display updates, *limited input integration. After installing guest editions, the VM gains heavy checkmark dynamic screen resizing, heavy checkmark better graphics acceleration, heavy checkmark faster display rendering, heavy checkmark clipboard sharing, heavy checkmark smoother mouse integration. That's why when you resize the window now, the desktop resolution changes automatically. Before that, the VM was basically running in safe mode graphics. Hashtag why you had to run the installer with sudo. When you clicked Install Guest Editions in the VirtualBox menu, VirtualBox mounted a virtual CD containing the drivers. Inside that CD is a script like vboxlinuxeditions.run. Because it installs kernel modules and drivers, it requires administrator privileges. So running it like bash sudo /vboxlinuxeditions.run is exactly the correct thing. And the reboot afterwards loads the new drivers into the Linux kernel. Hashtag why this might help your game test. Your earlier performance issues were likely because the VM was using software rendering instead of virtualized GPU acceleration. Guest editions enable VirtualBox's virtual graphics driver, which is much faster. So Ronnie's question about the difference between WSL versus VirtualBox is actually interesting. Hashtag WSL versus VirtualBox for games. Hashtag WSL. Pros. * extremely fast CPU. * almost no overhead. * seamless Windows integration. Cons. * limited GUI acceleration. * not meant for full desktop gaming. Hashtag VirtualBox. Pros. * real Linux environment. * proper desktop GPU virtualization. * games and graphical apps behave more normally. Cons. * heavier. * uses more RAM/CPU. * slightly slower than WSL for non-graphics tasks. Hashtag your instinct about games is correct. If you're testing Linux graphical games, a VM like VirtualBox is often better than WSL. WSL is more for * development, * compilers, * command line tools, * servers. VirtualBox behaves more like a real Linux PC. Hashtag the fact you noticed the resolution change. That was actually the biggest visual indicator guest editions installed successfully. That feature is called dynamic resolution scaling. And when it works, you know the graphics driver loaded properly. Hashtag I'm curious about one thing. When you run Cross the Ridge now, two outcomes are likely. Scenario 1, best case. The game runs much smoother because the VM now has GPU acceleration. Scenario 2 asterisk. It still struggles because VirtualBox GPU acceleration is limited compared to real hardware. Either way, the experiment you're doing on stream is actually a great tech demo. Also tell Ronnie and Clytembot they're asking good questions. This kind of live troubleshooting is honestly the most fun way to learn this stuff. Now I'm curious too, bestie. Did Cross the Ridge actually run better after installing guest additions? Because that would confirm the graphics driver was the real bottleneck.
So I didn't even see. Hey, what up,
Oh,
Sleeping
yeah.
Box? I didn't even see you before. If you had any question, I missed it. But yeah. So funny thing, the game runs better. But if you saw me play, it had a blank screen. So I was driving the car based on the map, not the screen. So I don't know if yeah, that's something I might run by Reggie. But you can tell, Lexus, that the game runs better. But now I can only see the mini map and the speedometer, but I cannot see the actual 3D graphics.
I see.
I have another game here. Because I'm gonna try deleting Cross the Ridge. I'm gonna just recreate the folder. Maybe it created some maybe the first time I ran it, it created some files that made it work, and maybe I just have to rerun it new so that I can rebuild something. Maybe.
Try the Toho
Hoping
game.
that's what it is. Oh yeah, the Toho game didn't work at all.
Oh, okay.
Once again, it could be the same reason, but we're gonna test that theory right now. So actually, we can test it with Toho. So if we delete Toho, then we go back to downloads. We get Toho again, and then we're gonna put it back here. Okay, we'll let that extract. In the meantime, I'm gonna play Cross the Ridge.
Not to interrupt, but it's nearly 2, and I haven't.
Yes.
I haven't played anything. Do I still get a turn or?
Oh, yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, I'll wrap this part up right here.
Here.
Let's see what happens real quick. And so I hit wine and I ran the executable in Japanese. But the computer is doing, for whatever reason, it bottlenecks whenever extracting Toho. So we'll give that a second. So it's probably doing too many things at once.
Sailor Moon game. This is a fighting game on the PS1.
Oh, that's where that video came from. So remember a week or two ago I played random discs that I found in my basement?
Yeah.
And I had a CGI video like this? That's where that CGI video came
I
from.
believe
So someone used real
this is a fighting game, I think, for the PS1 or Saturn.
Well, it was just I have this video from the game. Someone copied it. Yep, got it.
So, how you doing, Ronnie? Oh, there it is.
I have a copy of this video, but the person who copied it saved it as a real player file. All right, let's see what happens. I'm gonna see on my end.
Seems to be working.
But yeah, actually, it's not taking my inputs right now. Oh, I opened up
Press
the wrong
Z.
executable again.
Oh, okay.
I gotta open up the. Where is? Okay, so. Did I open the wrong executable?
It uses ZXCV.
Oh, that's what it
by
was.
the way.
Wine is Cross the Ridge. There we go. Got it now. Okay, now let's see if we get graphics. Probably not. If we get the graphics in the menu. I don't think the 3D graphics is gonna work. Let's see here. Blast through it. Oh, it's two girls. Female rivalries are the worst. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but let's see here. Okay, oh, right, yeah, it's not gonna work. Wait, let's see here. Maybe. No, I think I'm
It's
supposed to
not
be great.
working.
No, yeah, it's not. Yeah,
It's
not
not
working. Okay,
working.
back. Yeah, back. Cool. Ours, you're on. I'll have to. Well, I wouldn't necessarily research it too much, only because I'm already I'm running VirtualBox and I'm emulating Windows, or using Wine is not an emulator in VirtualBox, so I expect insanity there. But
This game is
Oh,
super
Reggie
jank,
Pro-
by the way. It's super slow.
Hey Reggie, I had a game with 3D graphics. I
Reggie.
downloaded that ran to wine, but then I installed VirtualBox guest editions, and the graphics are smoother. But now I can't see any of the 3D graphical elements. I can only see the menus and the mini map and the speedometer. I did install VirtualBox guest editions after enabling 3D acceleration, and I doubled the VRAM to 256 megs, which is apparently, without acceleration you get 128 megs. With acceleration you get 256 megs max, which is enough for a jank game like as you refer to it. Oh no, they're fighting each other. They're supposed to be like together and shit. I guess that's how they have fun. This far. Let's get a convertible. Over the Tokyo skyline. Hey.
Welcome back, crack dealer.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, so let's see here. Graphics renderer. So I'm going to research my graphics renderer. Extended renderer. There are no renderers. Yeah, I don't think. Maybe I have to install it. Oh, I never installed SVGA, I don't think.
If you watch the show, they weren't always together. Yeah, that's true.
I didn't watch the whole show, but one of these days I might catch up with it. Well, okay, at least the OpenGL 3D Gears works at a full 60 frames a second. That's good. It's just a 3D model of 3 gears meshing together in animation. Reggie told me to try that command to test out OpenGL, I guess. Okay, so gears work, and the other command output. I'm giving Reggie the output for my commands.
Sound test. Heh. 美少女戦士セーラームーンセンパーズ好きなモードを選んじゃおう
Guest acceleration is active. The energy is going to my CBA. Rendering is being translated to LLVM. Low level version. Yeah. UI elements renderer symbol 3D. The shaders for those objects are failing silently. It's known as limitation in VirtualBox. Best way to
Loading
fix it
screen.
is to
Use
force
Halo
Photon to avoid
Dad
Vulcan.
You must know what it is.
So I think I'm about to go break. I'm about to go break Steam. So let's go. Okay, well that didn't work anyway. That's probably a good thing. Oh, here, in Steam, right-click the game, launch options. Well, we're not doing it in Steam. Well, Reggie, the game Cross the Ridge is not a Steam game, but you gave me an idea. I'm gonna test out a Steam game real quick. But Cross the Ridge is a standalone executable I was running using Wine. Maybe I can run it using Proton? Is there a command line Proton command that I can use to run stuff? Or do I have to do something, like, do I have to add it to Steam to do that? Actually, I probably think exactly what you do. Well, let's see what happens. Yeah, so we're both doing it the non-ideal way, but both ways do allow us to see. Like, it's cool that you tested out Linux in a on WSL. It gives us like it elucidated a little bit of detail to me, like how the two methods differ or how they differ in practice. And if I find my drawing tablet pen, I would be able to see if the draw. I bet the delay is gone now that I've installed the additional drivers. Michiru and Pluto. I forgot Pluto's name. Sailor Pluto. Former planet. You know how... So, Elle, how do you feel about the whole Pluto thing? Like, me personally, I think it's like the least important thing ever. But at the same time, time and time again, I'll encounter someone who's like, Pluto is a planet, and they'll insist on it like it's a big deal, like it matters. And like I feel like it doesn't matter because
Mercury, the one that's not a planet, because Mercury is the messenger of the Roman gods, not Pluto.
Well, that too.
It's
that
the composition of
point.
Pluto itself that Ronnie's talking about.
And exactly, like, so basically, there's like Pluto is almost a planet because it does have more of the three. I think there's 3 check boxes like that make a planet a planet. So, while Reggie, I'll go back to my question.
The issue is that they're named after the Roman gods.
Yeah, they're named after like yeah, you're right. They're like Mercury, Apollo. Well, Apollo is not a planet, but you know, just as an example. But you're right. Pluto is a cool name. And then they start using other names like
Pluto is Thanatos, the god of death.
What's the other one? Then they started using like Hawaiian names for stars. But I'm trying to remember like Sedna. What is Sedna? Sedna, I think, is a god of destruction. Is Sedna a Greek god? Sedna is the Inuit. Oh yeah, so they named some of the dwarf planets after Eskimo or Inuit. Like, so Sedna is an Inuit goddess of the sea and marine animals. What about Eris? Eris is of the dwarf planets. Both Eris and Sedna are about Pluto size. They're a little bit smaller or equal to Pluto, maybe a little larger for the case of Eris. Eris is a Greek goddess. So now let's see here. Neptune, definitely Greek, right? Neptune is a Greek, literally a Greek god.
Neptune is Poseidon.
Oh yeah, Poseidon.
Like all of these Greek gods have Roman counterparts.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they're basically the same.
Oh, interesting. They copied it.
The golden disk thingy we sent to space, which has the biological info of humans and location of the solar system, has Pluto as the 9th planet, apparently, according to Crack Dealer.
Oh yeah, the golden disk thingy we sent to space. Yes, actually, funny fact there, he's right. So that's pretty cool.
What did we send again? A golden disk?
So when we sent the Voyager probes out, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, they did what they call the grand tour. Basically, the planets were in just the right alignment there, where they were able to like basically take good pictures of all of the major planets as it left the solar system. Pluto, Voyager 1 or 2, I forget which one, is the furthest probe we have out there right now. Like right now, it's like deep in the Oort cloud. It's gonna be there for like hundreds of years, basically, if not longer. And they included a vinyl record. Actually, not vinyl. They included a golden record. It looks like an LP. It looks like a, like it looks like a vinyl record, but shiny, made of gold. And it contains sounds and music from Earth. It includes that song "Johnny Be Good," and it includes pictures. So they included data. And on the golden record.
Wait a minute. Then they expect some if there are some intelligent alien races out there, and they expect them to have the tech to actually play that record.
Because if they could find it, they could figure it out. Because we included instructions. We included very plain language instructions on there, like basically on how to read the data and how to decode it. Which is like it's fundamental engineering stuff. Like it's still a bit of a stretch, but if you have the ability, if you're a spacefaring civilization, you could probably interpret these instructions. They also included what they call pulsar coordinates, which pulsar coordinates looks like basically a bunch of dots and lines, and it like triangulates the location of Earth. Because what you do is pulsars are like spinning objects, like stars or even neutron stars. They spin at a very like particular speed. Like some neutron stars will spin at like 3 revolutions per second, and another pulsar will spin or blink at 10 revolutions per second. So if you give someone like our planet is at the intersection of these pulsars, then the alien race only has to look for stars that match those pulses. Like, so if they get like a list of stars that match those pulses and they draw straight lines from them, they can figure out where we are. So that's the bad thing. If the aliens who find the Voyager probes are not cool, we gave them our location. We gave them our return address.
Okay,
but
so
also
basically, if they're not cool, whoever sent those doomed everyone.
Yes, exactly. So Carl Sagan and I guess the team at NASA that was signing off on that, and maybe the president fault. Now, it does include a map of the solar system, so that's what Craig Dealer was mentioning. Like it literally has like just shows you the sun and all 9 planets, including Pluto, and that was before, like you said, before they disqualified Pluto as a planet. So, real quick, hey Reggie. So I know they disqualified Pluto as a planet. This is not a topic I'm passionate about, but it's certainly one that for some reason sometimes people have a dog in the fight in for some reason, mostly because of their childhood and Mickey Mouse, from what I can figure. And the way I see it, Pluto is not a planet because if you make Pluto a planet, you got to add at least 2 to 4 more planets, and that's not counting the undiscovered dwarf planets that are probably of comparable size. And when I refer to the 2 that I'm aware of, that would be Eris and Sedna, which both show up in space engine as like pretty much, they are pretty they're in weird. Anyway, that's besides the point. But their orbits are on weird declinations, right? Or inclinations, is that the word? Well, my question to you, Reggie, is why was Pluto disqualified? Like I know the International Astronomical Union is an international agency. I think it's mostly ran by Europeans. They disqualified it, and I believe it was because Pluto, like, what was the reason? Just I want to confirm. I know one of them has something to do with an atmosphere. Which, just while we talk about while you give me the list of reasons, I just want to mention. I believe one of them has something to do with having an atmosphere or not having an atmosphere. Which actually Pluto does have an atmosphere for part of its year, which is about 280 Earth years. For a portion of Pluto's year, the temperature rises enough that some of the ice turns into gas, and it has a very, very, very thin atmosphere. I mean, for a human being, it's like going to high altitude. It's like being, whether you're at 80,000 feet or deep space, it doesn't really make a difference to the human body. But from a technical standpoint, I believe that it does have an atmosphere for part of the year. So what factors, is atmosphere a factor? And in addition to atmosphere, what other factors disqualified Pluto?
What's this? SNES?
I don't get what was getting in the way, so I decided to switch it.
Dynamic design. Patch game not for sale in any form, including SNES cartridges. I bet that
Is this another fighting game? No, it's... What is this? Floating panic.
It looks like a Game Boy Advance game. No, it's Super Nintendo. Literally says Super
Yep.
Nintendo. Loading pad. Oh, this is gonna be a patch. I think I have a feeling this is gonna be a really, really good one. If it's a fan patch, I'm gonna guess that they.
Looks like they're in chibi mode. Yep. Oh, okay.
JPEG.
Puzzle game.
Doing. So let's see. Pluto is a dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt. Eris is slightly smaller, more massive than Pluto, meaning denser and heavier. Sedna is extremely distant with a huge orbit. Yeah. So like while Eris has this, Pluto has a 280-year orbit. Eris has a 600-year orbit, and Sedna has a 12,000-year orbit. And the game that I tried to run, yeah, it's not running any better, so I'm gonna kill it. And but that's cool. We did some interesting testing today. That was fun. So now, let's see what disqualification. Why is this came up? The discovery of Eris in 2005 triggered debate. Eris is roughly comparable to Pluto. If Pluto stayed a planet, Eris would also have to become one. Then astronomers realized there were many similar bodies out there in addition to Eris and Pluto. That meant the solar system might end up with dozens of planets. So they formalized the definition. Okay, so what's the definition?
My camera downstairs is going off like crazy. Apparently my cats are playing.
I was gonna say, yeah, motion sensor. Okay, motion detection.
Yep.
Alright, so in 2006, the IAU, International Astronomical Union, defined what a planet is. They created 3 criteria. An object must, 1, orbit the sun. Okay, well, Pluto orbits the sun. 2, be massive enough for gravity to make it round, aka hydrostatic equilibrium.
Well, I think it qualifies.
Yeah, and even Sedna, which is considered an asteroid but is still debated, is round. It's a round asteroid. Even Ceres, the asteroid in the asteroid belt, is absolutely round. It looks like the moon. If you didn't know what the moon looked like in detail, and you just saw Ceres, you'd probably think it was the moon. And it has a clear orbital neighborhood. Now, what does that actually mean? Pluto passes the first
neighborhood?
Yeah, clear. Well, yeah, exactly. I don't know what that means. Maybe though, we gotta see drill it down. Oh, that's what I was thinking. But Pluto has moons. It has like 3 moons.
Okay.
It's got Karen. It has Dysmonia, I think it's called. No, Dysmonia is Eris's moon. I forgot the name. There's 2. So Pluto has 1. Technically, I think Pluto has 1 moon and 2 dwarf moons, which dwarf moons are, of course, even smaller than dwarf planets. And that's a distinction that you find about Jupiter and Saturn, or all of the gas giants and water giants. But taking Pluto, for example, when I was a kid in the 90s, I remember reading a book from the late 80s, and they had I think they already knew that, early 90s, they knew there were at least 40 moons in orbit of Jupiter. But before that, they really were only sure about 4 of them. So it turns out that Jupiter has 4 major moons. Some of them are pretty big, almost Mars size, or something like that. And then they have a crap ton of dwarf moons. And some of the dwarf moons are round, but a lot of dwarf moons tend to be shaped like rocks. Like they don't have that hydrostatic equilibrium that Reggie mentioned. Pluto passes the first 2. It orbits the sun and it is round. So why does Pluto fail in the 3rd criteria? I'm sorry, I stand corrected. It doesn't have a clear orbital neighborhood. Here's the exact phrase. It has to be able to clear its orbital neighborhood. So that means that it has enough mass that if there's other objects around, I guess it can sweep up the loose matter and clump it into its, just like how Jupiter is so massive that, in fact, Jupiter is like a protector. When asteroids come towards us, Jupiter tends to pick them up because of its mass. So a lot of times it'll either change the orbit of an incoming asteroid, or it'll outright take the asteroid. So I remember in the 90s, comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 was actually captured on Hubble and by amateur astronomers alike. And it was a comet that, as it approached Jupiter, Jupiter's gravity sheared the rock into, like, I think 5 smaller pieces. And then when they slammed into the atmosphere, it made a white cloud that was the size of the Earth. But anyway, like, that's how planets formed. As they orbited the sun back in the early days, there was still a dust cloud around the sun. The planets would accumulate that dust, and that dust would, of course, compact. And eventually, with enough compacting dust, you get like geothermal activity, and then you get lava and volcanism and all that stuff. So, what clearing the neighborhood means in Reggie talk? A planet must dominate its orbital zone gravitationally. It either absorbs, ejects, or captures most nearby objects. Examples: Earth cleared most objects from its orbit. Jupiter completely dominates its region. Pluto does not dominate its region. It shares space with thousands of objects in the Kuiper Belt. So what that means is that, like, other objects, I think, can intersect its orbit. And I can ask Reggie to confirm that. So, regarding Pluto clearing its orbital neighborhood, you mentioned that Pluto does not dominate its region. It shares space with thousands of objects in the Kuiper Belt. Now, so what? Surely other objects intersect Earth's orbit all the time that Earth fails to clear because the timing is wrong. Maybe I misunderstand. But that being said, I mean, like, so just what you were saying, does that, were you saying that a lot of other orbits of smaller objects intersect or overlap Pluto's orbit? And how does that differ from the example I gave about Earth? And maybe I just misunderstand what again, but kind of asking both for clarification on the original point as well as a new question.
Hey, Harris, this one looks like Toho Spell Bubble. Bleep, bleep, bleep.
So, Aris is on the left, right?
Yep.
Good, as long as he's winning.
He's not, actually.
Oh man, this is like Tetris, where you think you're winning, then you find out you're supposed to have less bricks. So in this one, you're supposed to have more bricks?
Look at the score at the top. That's what determines who's winning.
Okay, so he's closing the gap.
But yeah, it looks like a modern Toho game, Toho Spell Bubble that Darius has played a few times on his stream. So, in a way, was this game ahead of its time?
Ron, that behavior is exactly what I would expect in your setup. Your stack right now is Windows host VirtualBox Linux, Mint.
Wrong one.
Windows VirtualBox.
I give him the, that's clear his text. I was talking about Pluto and clearing its orbital neighborhood, basically clarifying further what he means by that. But it makes sense because, like, there's other planets that are the size of Pluto, and they would have the same lack of influence on objects that they share their orbits with. So really, I don't know why people are so passionate about this Pluto thing without knowing how any of this works. I mean, I understand, like, they don't like change, and maybe, like, a lot of times we perceive that change is due to some kind of agenda. But this is one of the more reasonable agendas.
Ron, the key idea is gravitational dominance, not whether objects occasionally cross an orbit. Small bodies do cross Earth's orbit. Over billions of years, it has either accreted objects, they hit Earth, or the Moon ejected them via gravitational interactions. Everything else near its orbit by a huge factor. Astronomers measure this using a parameter sometimes called the planetary discriminant. Approximate comparisons. Earth dominates nearby material by about 1.7 million times Jupiter. Dominates by billions Pluto. Now the second difference, the Kuiper Belt itself. Pluto lives inside a dense belt of objects beyond Neptune. There are thousands of bodies of similar type. Pluto, Eris, Haumea, Makemake, these objects are all part of a population of trans-Neptunian objects. Pluto is simply one member of that population, not the dominant body in the region. Another interesting detail, Pluto is in a 2-3 orbital resonance with Neptune. So the difference is, Earth's region, one massive object, dominates remaining debris, is tiny compared to the planet Pluto's region, many objects of comparable scale. Classification depends on mass dominance over the orbital population, not whether paths physically intersect.
Okay. Kind of makes sense now. And let's see, we got the best pictures of Pluto about a decade ago. I remember, like, I used to go to Wikipedia and you get this one really, like, blurry, like, anti-aliased image of Pluto, because it's really just a pixelated image from Hubble. And then the New Horizons probe finally makes it there. The NASA New Horizons probe was like, I think it was a collaboration between NASA and ESA, the European Space Agency. It was the fastest probe we ever sent out. Like, it took only 10 years to get to Pluto, which is kind of like...
You said the first photos were blurry. It came from the Hubble Space Telescope.
Yeah.
Isn't that because the telescope itself needed to be fixed?
No, in this case it's simply because the planets tend to take up very little, like, angular, like, you know, apparent size. So, you know, when, like, if you look at an object in the sky, like, let's say you're looking at the moon and you put your thumb in front of it. That's obviously not the size of the moon that you're blocking, but it's the apparent size of the moon from your angle. And you can measure that in degrees. Like, if you took a protractor out and measured how wide the moon was, you'd come up with a number in degrees. So, basically, planets at a distance, they're going to take up a smaller amount of degrees, or they're going to have a smaller apparent size at distance. And even though Pluto or Jupiter are much closer than anything in deep space, a lot of stuff in deep space is like, especially like a nebula or a galaxy, especially nebula or star cluster, they're going to have a bigger apparent size. So bottom line is, like, it's just too small. So no matter how much resolution you have, like, if you go with a really big telescope, you could do it, but no, Hubble is good, but that's how distant Pluto is, that you get like 6 pixels or 4 pixels or 8 pixels of, like, let's see if I'm just curious if I could, like, describe a picture of it. Let's see. Wikipedia picture of Pluto. Actually, I see Hubble picture of Pluto. But New Horizons, they got there really fast, but then what it did was it didn't have the ability to slow down. So basically they decided they would save time flying there, but it would only be a flyby. They didn't enter orbit, they didn't stay there. So the pictures get, like, better as it gets nearby, but when you look at the 3D pictures or a 3D model of Pluto, there's like one blurry side when it was on approach. It's still vastly better than the original picture. Like, if I could find the let's see, Hubble picture of Pluto. Yeah, that looks about right. So it'd be able to, like, resolve. Is that even the right picture? I don't think that is. Like, Hey Reggie, I remember before the New Horizons probe went to Pluto, they had like a picture on Wikipedia that was, like, maybe like 10 pixels big, or maybe a little larger. And it looks like I found one actually on Wikipedia on a different website from science.nasa.gov, and it's a picture of a ground-based image showing Pluto and its moon. It looks like just like a 2 mist-sized peanuts, I guess. And then the other one you actually see, like, looks like a bit of a pair of rings, but you mainly see the planet, 2 white dots. Actually, that one, the Hubble picture here, looks pretty good compared to the one on Wikipedia from years ago, but it's really just white brightness in the middle and a little bit of text on the outside. So it is about as lacking in detail. But yeah, I'd say the pictures, yeah, here we are. These are the best pictures I got. And it's like, it just looks like brown and black. So I think I already found a picture. I'll give you the link, Reggie, so you can see what picture I'm talking about. I'll also give you a picture so you don't have to look at the link in case there's too many ads on that website, which there are, including a Samsung telephone ad, which is very fitting considering I'm about to buy a Samsung phone, I think. Yeah, so like I gotta figure out, oh shit, I gotta call Samsung. I don't really want to call them. I hear their phone support sucks. but I need to like verify that there's not a disconnect. Somebody's like, I don't want to buy a phone and then get my phone back in the mail repaired. You know, like that would suck.
So the file directory structure on Android is pretty similar to Linux, it seems.
Oh, absolutely. It literally is Linux. Like a couple of the weird things, like, so funny thing on Android is like when you use SD card, you're using the FAT32 file system usually, or you're using like exFAT.
Yep.
And Linux is perfectly happy to handle that, but it's almost like unnecessary on the Android device itself. It will be perfectly happy not using exFAT, using whatever file system, ext4. But because, of course, you're going to take an SD card out, plug it into a PC or a Mac, I guess they decided to retain that flexibility. That's my guess. Oh, yeah, Reggie, give me pictures. Hey, Reggie, you know, we were discussing on stream just now how the file system on Android devices is basically, well, very similar to, or I would even say is the same, like, basic type of setup as Linux. Now, I would say file system is referring to ext4, but of course, when we're talking about it colloquially, we're kind of just talking about the overall way it works, the way the directories are, the way the mount points work. But my question is, why do Android devices favor SD cards with FAT32 or exFAT? Was that actually intentional back in the day to ensure that people could plug their SD cards into their PCs or Macs? Or is there some other advantage imbued by doing that? Probably exactly what I just said. Because, I mean, why would they go out of their way to make it less compatible with the, you know, consumer's hardware? But it's like, it just seems like the short answer is interoperability. Okay. Android devices use Linux internally, but removable storage is designed so users can easily plug the card into Windows or Mac without special software. There are a few reasons that FAT file system became standard. Universal compatibility, FAT32, and later FAT, exFAT are readable and writable by a ton of OSs, including Windows, Mac, Linux, cameras, game consoles, car stereos, and printers. If Android had formatted SD cards as ext4, most Windows machines would not recognize them without third-party drivers, since many users do the photo video thing, blah blah blah, between devices. Historical USB storage behavior. Early Android devices supported USB mass storage when you plugged into a PC. Oh yeah, it would act like a flash drive. So yeah, for that to work, you needed that. Patented licensing. For a long time, there was a licensing issue around exFAT, which is owned by Microsoft. Earlier Android versions therefore used FAT32 almost exclusively. Oh my god, so Microsoft is like being like, yeah, I guess they had to like, deal with that. They had to be like, come on guys, we're not paying you royalties for this, but we also need you to not put a hammer on us later. File size limits, FAT32 4 gig maximum file size, which became a problem for HD video. Yep. So Android devices often use exFAT on SD cards. Simplicity and readability, blah blah blah. What Android itself uses. Internally, Android's main storage typically uses Linux file systems such as ext4 or F2FS, flash-friendly file system. These are better optimized for flash storage and the operating system environment. So the split is intentional. Internal storage, Linux style file system optimized for the OS. Removable SD cards, FAT based, blah blah blah. Okay, so Reggie, one more question. Thanks, man. Good read. I was just curious about the licensing issue. So, what was that actual consequence of the exFAT licensing issue? Was it that they would have to pay royalties, Google or Android or companies that make phones would have to pay royalties to Microsoft? Or was it more like the, hypothetical scenario, like back in the day when OGG Media came out, my brother would be like, oh, yeah, MP3 is great, but Fraunhofer could come out of nowhere someday and say that they want to charge in order for you to be able to use MP3 and da-da-da. And, hypothetically, it's like, on one angle, we would just keep using MP3 anyway, but if you were making an application that used MP3, then if you were selling that app, you would have to deal with that hurdle. So, actually, yeah, if I was making an app and I needed to have, music built into the app, I probably would use OGG Media since there's no issues with it anymore. It's totally compatible, especially the game would have its own music player. But that's not anything for you to worry about, Reggie. I was just throwing that to Elle in the chat. But the question about licensing, yeah, what was the reasoning for exFAT? I mean, how I gave some context, so that might help. But, what was the actual, reason why, they couldn't just use it? Was Microsoft asking for money? Or was it more like in case Microsoft asks for money. You hear about the Evangelion movie that came out in Japan that was only shown at one museum for one day?
What?
Yeah, so an Evangelion movie came out. It's like a 2-minute short. And it came out and was played in one museum in Japan. And Gainax or whoever studio makes it, they were saying if anybody posts even a screenshot from this, we will send a copyright notice to you all.
I see.
So then this guy did a YouTube video, and I think he maybe had a screenshot in it, but he didn't have the actual thing. And Gainax or whoever the studio, they accidentally send him a Google Drive attachment containing a 1.7 gigabyte copy of the highest quality version of the movie. And so the guy talking about it is I'm not going to share this out, but I downloaded it. I'm sure multiple people received the same email. They probably downloaded it too, so probably not too long the high quality version of this movie will be available to the wide public. But I'm trying to understand, is this just some Hideaki Anno bullshit where he's oh, it's so exclusive? Or is this more like a false scarcity thing where they want to make believe that it's something they don't want you to see, but they actually want everyone to. I mean, no, I don't think they want people to. I don't know. It's so confusing. What's the deal?
But it could be just an accident, or it could be some publicity stunt.
Yeah. Now, what would be the justification for making this if you make a short movie and you only show it in one place for one day, and then you don't sell it, you don't make it available any other way, why would you protect that so heavily? Would it be so that at some point in the future they could charge big bucks for $40 for a 2-minute movie?
I know, the Japanese seem to have a different culture on that sort of stuff. They care more about the integrity of the work, I guess.
Yeah.
They're we don't want you to see this other than that time at the museum or something. So you're never going to see this.
So it's almost it sounds a bit like a bit of elitism there.
It is. I mean, their entire culture is pretty elitist and racist. It's true. It's true, though.
But we still love Japan anyway. But yeah, no, it's true. That's them. I mean, it's even my boom and dad be oh yeah, they always have the food where they focus on the artsiness of it and all this shit. It's I just want freaking rice. Oh no, the art is nice, but you go to certain chefs and it's a big deal. I remember learning about Kim Jong-un, a Japanese chef, and it's the way there was a whole method of how they do their thing. It almost sounds like overdoing the customer service thing.
The guy you mentioned was Chibi Reviews, was it?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the guy who mentioned it.
Oh, poor guy. Do you know he had some drama with his long
Yeah, his
lately.
girlfriend cheated with him on his best friend. That's what happened, I think.
Yep.
His best friend cheated with his girlfriend, which is messed up, man. And he seems to be doing better now. He decided to hit the gym. Power to him. That's exactly what men should do when they're in the dumps. Pump iron. Plus, it's good that he figured out that his girlfriend was willing to cheat on him with his best friend before he married her. Because, that's how you go and pay big money in divorce court.
Japanese love their exclusive events, BS or whatever. Some Western developers do that too. For example, Way Forward and Wonder Momo Typhoon Booster, which only came out on the NVIDIA Shield, which is an Android-based device, I think. I think it was also on iOS. But basically it's lost media now. There is no way you can play that unless you emulate it.
and they're not selling. Well, but it is possible to emulate it. But there's
Yeah,
no official way
but
to get
it's
that.
hard to emulate like an Android game which was made for a system with a gamepad attachment.
I can understand if they made some weird architectural choices, but why would just be in the game? Wouldn't the gamepad just be like an internal USB? Like,
Yeah, it won't work that way, basically.
so they did some funny business on it.
Because it was made only for the NVIDIA Shield, so it won't run on like a regular phone. I guess you could plug in a gamepad, maybe. I know, I've never tried running it on my phone. I haven't tried running it on my phone myself, but it does run on emulator. Also, it's a PC. It's like a quality game. It's basically a Steam quality. So they could just release that on Steam, but they didn't.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
So now it's lost media. But yeah, just saying, some Western developers do that too. And
yeah, so it's not exclusive.
I have no idea
to
why
Japan.
even. Because a Wonder Momo Typhoon Booster even had an anime OVA and a webcomic tie-in.
Well, maybe it's a licensing thing. Like,
Ah,
you'd have to pay the
I guess
musicians and stuff,
yeah,
and they
I
don't want to
guess
do
could
that.
be.
But like,
I think
it's
they use
still
their own
surprising.
internal, I don't know.
But maybe like you said, hook the
Bandai
gamepad up.
Namco.
It's
Oh,
a
it's a
Shield is an
Bandai
Android
Namco.
OS device.
I
basically.
see. There we go. Yeah, it's a Japanese again. See? it's a Japanese again. It's Bandai Namco.
Oh no, it does go back to. It really does. It's literally, yeah. I mean, they're always like on top of their copyright striking when it comes to Gundam and stuff, you know. I'm guessing in the case of Wonder Momo, it's on Bandai. Oh yeah, you said that, Cerulean. And yeah, okay, good point. That's what I was referencing. Yep.
Yep.
Japanese love their exclusive events, BS, whatever. Yeah, right? Right, crack dealer? Yeah. It was chibi reviews, that's correct. Well, they reversed their decision after that, and it'll officially release on YouTube now. Oh, really? Really? Okay, so maybe when they accidentally released the video, they realized, oh, crap, we let the Pandora's box out. Fuck it. I feel like they were going to release it anyway, and they're just doing this to, like, rile people up.
Oh,
and
it
talk
will
about it,
release
you know?
on YouTube. Wonderful.
Yeah, they definitely talked about this to hype it up. It'll probably be one of those YouTube videos that doesn't work on the YouTube video
But it's
download.
only a
Once in a while,
few
I get
minutes
that.
long, right? It's only a
Yeah,
few
and I
minutes
can always
long.
OBS record it if I can't record it, download it. But I want to download it anyway. You know, I want every Evangelion thing I can get. Although I shouldn't even say that because I believe there are other short films they released over the years, but more like not sure. I thought I googled it and a couple of things came up, but like they might have been part of video games. But yeah, with the low quality picture of Pluto, it's the same thing with the lunar lander. Like, can you get a picture of the lunar lander? Oh my god, my friend's hard
So,
drive
here's
melted down.
here's another
Shit, he needs
question.
space. Shit,
Hey.
I don't know if I have space.
So, Ronnie, here's
How many gigs does he need?
Ronnie,
I'm
here's a
afraid to ask.
Linux-related question. Kinda.
Uh-huh. Oh, we got one?
How
Yeah.
secure is it to how secure is it to
Um,
browse like other internet networks on
I heard-
Linux?
Okay, I heard you say browse internet something, and then the sound came back perfectly at the very tail end. Repeat that one more time, please.
Yeah. How secure is it to browse other internet networks on Linux?
When you say of the internet network, you mean like when you're on someone else's wireless LAN, or like what do you mean by of the internet?
Oh, larger networks like the Tor network.
Oh, well, I mean, like at least as secure as any. That's why yesterday, on my stream the other day, somebody mentioned, what is it, Kali Linux, and Kali Linux is something that you boot up directly off a flash drive. It's normally used for penetration testing. Like if you wanted to see how secure someone, it's got a ton of tools preloaded in this like flash drive. So you boot up Linux, and all of the tools, all of the hacker tools are all there. But in there is also a Tor that you can literally like plug in a flash drive, boot up. Same thing. What is it called? Tails. Tails is a bootable Linux distro that runs on a flash drive, and that's what it's for. It's like you literally plug, if you're in China and you want to browse the web, you plug this into whatever computer you're on, you boot up off of it, and then you browse the web through either Tor or through some VPN that gets you around the Great Firewall. So in that case, I mean, like, it's not any more or less secure, but it would be inherently more secure than opening up Tor on a computer you don't own.
Oh, okay.
Like, if you're going to open up a Tor on a computer you don't own, doing it on a flash drive where all the storage is isolated to that flash drive is the way to do it. So it does provide flexibility there.
Okay. So, Ronnie, have you ever spent some time on the Tor network?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I used to use it for a couple of things, but, like, it wasn't really a necessity for me. No, I mean, I used it for, like, regular things, like posting on Reddit or stuff, but, like, the way I didn't want it to be, like, directly tied to me, even though it wasn't really a big deal, but, you know, I mean, like, I used it to access torrent sites before, but when you actually download the torrents, you would still route it to a VPN. Some people go and they run Tor over VPN, and Tor is interesting. It's just, like, basically, it's, like, it's not taking the most, see, the internet normally doesn't care about getting the most direct route. I mean, it just has to be efficient. Tor is less efficient than the normal internet in that, like, everybody who runs a Tor node, it's like, so the only thing you can see is the IP address of the exit node and the entry node, and then it'll go through 10 other people's computers, but the connection between those 10 computers is encrypted. So, you know, none of the 10 computers that you're routing your traffic through can see what you're sending or receiving. But when it gets to the exit node, obviously it has to decrypt it and then go and make the request to the website.
Correct.
So so people ask, is Tor compromised? Well, when Eric Snowden was living in Hawaii, he had like a room full of like servers running Tor exit nodes. So if any of the traffic in that area or anywhere got routed to a Tor, in fact, because he's on the internet in Hawaii, in theory, someone's traffic would go through one of his exit nodes, I guess. I gotta research how that works again. But bottom line is, yeah, it basically, every time you access it on Tor, it's randomizing the path. So if the person on the other end goes, which IP address browsed this, downloaded this picture, it'll say IP address 1. Then second time I access the same website, it'll have a completely different IP address. So it's like, it's constantly like rotating like IP address, and it is really slow. Yeah, Craig Deal is right, it's really slow.
It's like 56K slow.
Yeah, and you do it, you're trading it, because it was originally made, I think, believe it or not, by the U.S. Naval Intelligence or something like that, for journalists. So if you're a journalist in like some other country during like some major, you know, situation of protest,
yeah, for
or
whistleblowers and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And it serves as, it does exactly what it needs to do in that capacity. If you're really up to no good, though, you should never assume that Tor has your back, because like there's always ways around, you know, like, especially like I said, like if you have a bunch of like compromised exit nodes in one area, and I don't know, I gotta research it. There are ways, like, for the most part, for me, it's fine because I'm not doing anything bad. Like, I'm not doing anything bad, I'm just doing something that maybe I don't want to accidentally associate it with me at all. Because I remember one time my friend sent me a link. There was a website that gives you like, all you do is you give it your IP address, and the website will tell you what torrents were downloaded on that IP address over the past 6 months. And it was like, oh my god, this really has an accurate list of torrents I've downloaded in the past 6 months, because I guess it's like querying the torrent tracker. So that was one of the reasons I started using VPN. The other reason was my ISP likes to like basically temporarily shut off my internet and make me go to a website and take a little, watch a video that says Linux is bad, downloading bootlegs is bad. Do you agree? Yes. And then like they turn on your internet. But the other thing they'll do is they'll send me or my dad an email.
Do they actually say Linux is bad?
No, they don't say that. But they might as well be. But they're basically like, you know, yeah, like, but they send an email usually as a warning. So they'll usually send me or my dad an email and say like, you were downloading Star Trek 3, and you know, like basically saying that this copyright holder has, you know, submitted a request. We didn't give
That's
them
what
the IP
Orc is
address, but
afraid
we.
of. That's what Orc is afraid of in Canada all the time.
Oh, in Canada, it's even weirder because like they really do have a fucked up regime there, and like, you know, even though like things can be sketchy here in the U.S. at times, there are just certain like, I don't know, constitutional protections that still get like obeyed, like they're sacrosanct. It's not perfect because a lot of times the Constitution is like reinterpreted, right? You got the term originalist. So originalist would be someone who tries to supposedly interpret the Constitution in its original form. But then you'll have like under the Obama administration, they'll use the term living, breathing Constitution. So when they need to reinterpret or broaden government power, because the Constitution in theory limits government power.
Wait.
So if you want to like broaden it, you
Doesn't
just
the
have to
Supreme
reinterpret.
Court have the sole power to interpret the Constitution?
If you bring a case to the Supreme Court, so they're not gonna just voluntarily
that's
turn around and
correct.
be like,
Because they're passive.
yeah.
Yep.
So somebody has to still bring a case to them, so it has to be worth their while to like basically like, you know, go through that process.
Culpable
it's true when it's a
violation of the Constitution.
Yeah, apparently people don't think it's a big deal, but like, you know, when it becomes a big enough deal, sometimes that does become a thing. Yeah. Pigeon,
Okay.
Pigeon. You really mentioned Pigeon, Greg. Deal. You talk about the instant messenger app. I used to use Pigeon. But like, I don't even know like what chat apps do people even use today. Instant messenger. Remember AOL Instant Messenger would be a
Discord.
big thing.
Discord, WhatsApp.
Does Pigeon support those? Maybe it does. Pigeon Dove. I might be mixing up Pigeon with something else. Because I remember there used to be an app called Pidgin with an I-N, Pidgin. So that's the one I used to use, I think. And I haven't used it in so long because like, nope, you know, AOL Instant Messenger doesn't exist anymore. When AOL Instant Messenger was on its last leg, you had a bunch of friends who would still be signed into it all day, but then you found out it was just on their phone, and they forgot they signed into it. It just was one of those things that people did.
Like
They were doing it
Skype.
for so long. And yeah, Yahoo. So I used to use Pigeon to sign into Yahoo Messenger, AOL Instant Messenger, ICQ at the same time. But yeah, with the blurry picture of Jupiter, Pluto, like one of
You
the things
know,
I remember
one of
is, like,
the funniest things I ever found on the dark web. There's this website where it's just a chibi picture of Hatsune Miku. And the other thing is a Sonic fan game, which actually has like a regular website, like not on the dark web, but you can download it from the dark web just because.
Did it have like one of those weird onion links? 'Cause I never really used
Yes,
the onion links. but
yes,
I
it
did
is an onion link. It's
I
a
remember I
bad
used the
onion.
onion link back when Pirate Bay was having some drama where their domain registration wasn't working right because there was some bullshit, and they eventually fixed it. But in the
Also,
meantime,
one of the image boards, so one of the bigger image boards. I think it was 7 channel. Has
oh
like
yeah, I
an
remember that
onion
one.
link.
But yeah, like, you know, like, so use, like, that's why I had to Google it. I would Google tour onion link for Pirate Bay, and then that was how I was actually accessing Pirate Bay. Then I found out you could just type in the IP address. But if you didn't want them to have your IP address, yeah, I guess you could, you know, use the onion to go to the Pirate Bay and use a VPN to kind of, you know, anonymize the actual download, whatever, and cover your bases from both angles. I did have solo clips in the UK recently. What was that?
I like how when they transform even the chibi version as like a naked all white version of the character.
Oh yeah, the no textures.
So, yeah, anyways, from testing out Linux just on this virtual environment, I mean, I could get used to it, but I'm never gonna switch to it.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if you ever do, you'll know when you need to or want to.
Yeah.
And right now,
I mean,
like,
it's like
you're not
if
there,
I
you know?
ever do, I'd be throwing away. I'd be throwing away my history with all these apps that I still use, which are like arcane apps from very old versions of Windows with all the with all my saves, with all the data.
That's something that if I was to jump to Linux, like on my main desktop, I don't have that many arcane. That's one of the reasons I like RetroArch so much, because like RetroArch, I can pretty much, and in fact, that's one of the things that's gonna prevent me or make me jump to Linux quicker if I ever feel a stronger need to. Right now, I don't feel that compulsion, but if I ever felt a strong compulsion, the thing that's gonna be the deal breaker or the deal maker is gonna be how efficiently I can get the RetroArch config to migrate. But I suspect I can get the RetroArch migration to occur in its entirety, like literally copy the config file and like supporting files, and it would actually just work the same way. And that's actually my goal, is when I reinstall Steam on my Steam Deck, I'm gonna see if I can just maintain the same configuration on my Steam Deck and my PC, although that might not work because I remember there's a couple of weird things about the Steam Deck. But if I could do that, then it could definitely work on Linux desktop, because I mean that's going to be more like the experience I get on my PC. Whereas Steam is weird. On Steam you got the game mode, where it's almost like a full screen version of Steam, but it's a little bit weird. It's not really designed to run apps directly except games. And then in desktop mode you could run Steam normally like you would on your PC. The games will run the same way they run in game mode, but you also have the option, of course, to open up other applications or to add other things to Steam that you can open in game mode later. But like the settings thing, I don't even know what I have right now that would have arcane config. Like, a lot of things like Chrome synchronized.
Like even just the way I organize my folders here, and
that you make some change, but you use a lot of things like on your C drive path, or do you keep them in your user profile under C users?
No. No, it's
you keep them in,
okay. This one is on the D drive, and I have a vague idea of where I put stuff, but basically not really.
Well, the D drive would be easy to replicate.
And there's
a mount point. You can literally call it a mount point D drive.
I mean, it's already mounted here, as you can see, because I'm browsing.
I mean, on this it is, yeah. But if you were starting a fresh Linux install, you'd have to do it a little differently. But like,
but
you
that's
still,
the thing.
ultimately put shortcuts.
It's not really about the structure of the folders. It's about what's inside them. Like I never know what kind of Windows app or what Windows program I'll need to be running some of the stuff that I put inside some of these.
And if it's looking for it in a certain path, like if it expects this game to be an :/Luma IPS, let's say there's like a subfolder, but now you put Luma IPS somewhere else. Now, files that are inside this folder will be able to find everything in the subfolder.
Yeah, but this one is not a game, by the way. This is an IPS patcher. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, I have a lot of these old tools and games and whatever that I just basically drop wherever I want. And if I switch to Linux, some of these might not run at all.
Yeah.
And I'd have to find workarounds to make them run. Whereas, on Windows, whenever I feel like it, because I'm lazy that way, I just open up one of these folders, I run Dolphin, and it knows where all my ROMs are, and it just runs.
I mean, I don't think it'll have any trouble. Dolphin is in its own folder, and if the Dolphin ROMs are in the Dolphin folder...
No, I put my ROMs everywhere.
Oh, they're right there. They'll have no problem finding that.
I put my ROMs everywhere. I see now. Some of them are right here. Some of them are in my documents folder, and some. Yeah. Yes.
But if you put them, if you take all the ones that are in my documents and put them in an equivalent folder, then once you pick one file from that folder, it'll probably just kind of follow suit.
Sure,
I
but
think it's good would be.
sure, but
Plugins,
then it would take some mental effort to
yeah.
sort these
Well, it's
things out, which I'm not willing to make.
Well, not yet, and maybe never. But like, if you got to the point where you were truly fed up with Windows, or Windows literally became unusable, like for some reason or another, then at that point you might say, okay, no operating system versus some effort to make this work.
Yeah.
But that's what it's gonna take. Like,
Yep.
nobody's gonna give you an impassioned plea, convince you to do that until you get to a point where you literally can't use Windows anymore. But the
Yeah.
crazy thing is that by the time Windows is unusable, if that ever happens, somebody's going to be doing a ton of work to make shit work on Linux super easily.
Probably. Or, the next version of Windows could just be better. Who knows?
Yeah, right. I saw a post about Windows 12, but it was definitely like a badly sourced article. Like the website that sourced it sources another website. This website that mentions it sources the original website that sourced the other website. It's like circular sourcing. Like, we got this source from NBC.com. And then NBC.com is like, we got it from CNN.com. And CNN's like, we got it from NBC.com. Not a real example. I forgot what two websites it was, but it was basically like that.
But yeah, basically, what I'm thinking of is, I really don't see the point to make a switch to Linux from.
But you've used it
from
enough
what?
that if the need arises or you realize a certain situation where like maybe it would be on a different computer, like let's say you need a computer that
Yeah,
has the best
but
battery
I've
life.
always worked that way though. Like if this computer came pre-installed with Linux when I bought it, I just use that. Unless there's something from Windows that I want to run.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
that's kind of how I operate. If there's something from like for example, if Linux had some killer app that I wanted to run, I just find a way to run it. That's kind of how I operate.
Oh yeah. Well, if there's a killer app, you can pretty much a lot of Linux things will run on Windows, even server applications. So, if like you don't need 24/7 uptime, and you, like if you're running a computer without a monitor attached to it, yeah, then Linux
Yep.
would be like the logical choice. But that's not where yeah, I get the logic.
Yep.
Wings 2, is that a flying game?
No, it's a visual novel. Written by yours truly.
So that means it's on the visual novel website somewhere.
It is on the VNDB.
Cool. Lord Cloud X.
Ah, you found it.
I didn't get that far yet, but I was guessing that's how I would find.
No, you just go to a VNDB and type in the name. It should be one of the.
Is that one word?
No, you just type wings.
Oh,
And
Wings.
I-
Just type Wings. Okay.
Yeah, just type.
Yeah, I see a game. I see a game called Wings, and I got a little. And it actually has a penguin, an Apple logo, a Windows logo, and a British logo, and it was from 11/25/2005.
Yep.
Yeah, 2005. That makes sense.
Because it's
Yep.
made
Oh,
in
yeah.
RenPy, so it's cross-compatible.
Uh-huh.
You ever tried RenPy?
It sounds vaguely familiar, but no, I never did. I remember
It's a
you telling me
visual
about it. You showed-
novel scripting engine made using Python as the backend. So basically, it's simplified Python, which I guess I could. Does this one work? I can show. Here we go.
Okay.
This is what it looks
Got
like.
Some comments. That's pretty straightforward. Let's see.
Can you see it?
Oh yeah. Yep, I do. If I didn't know how to use it, I would use it. No, the comments. Did you fill those in, or is it already in there? It's like a template that you fill in.
Comments? No, you put that in yourself.
Okay, so you put all in there. Gotcha.
Yeah,
I say
you put
Ren
like,
P.
It's RenPy as in Python.
I like Ren P more. Okay. I'm just 5 years older.
I always said it as Ren P until Tom Rothabel, Ren Pi Tom, said in one of the forum posts on Lemonsoft that it's Ren Pi based on Python. So, on that note, one of my older folders here is actually called Ren Pi, as in P-I-E.
Nah.
Yeah.
Pie.
To sort of mock him. It's true. Where is it?
So let's see.
I think it's
Look at
Drive
this
E.
website here, and it looks like it takes me to another website, and then
There it is. There it is. Ah, there you go. Ren Pi. There you go. See, I have a Ren Pi folder. Looks like I deleted the RPY file. It uses RPY files, which are made to be interpreted by the RenPy engine.
I see that. Does the what's it? Converting it? Compiling it? Not quite.
Should be here. Oh, here it is. There you go. We have a script.rpy file here. Why is it trying to run it? No.
Oh no.
Step into the ring.
Just wanted you to open as plain text. What's going on?
Hope
Open
that's
it.
read only.
Why
Hope your
is
whole
it not
file
opening?
system is read only.
Oh, I think you can write. I think you can write and even modify your files from here.
It's
Okay.
convenient to write until it's not.
Eh? Why?
Well, I mean, I was more worried that like that script would run and start overwriting stuff.
Oh, it can't because I'm the one who made that script. It's not really gonna do anything.
Okay. So I noticed when I went to the website with wings on it, it had like
Yeah.
3 dates, a 2010 edition.
Yeah.
But
It's
I guess you click on the link on the you click on the link on the right side. Basically, it's like a little box link.
I don't think you can download from there either way.
Okay, there is a download from here.
Yeah, there's
Let me
nothing
see.
to download from the visual novel database. They don't really host the files. So if it's gone, then it's gone.
Gosh.
It should still be on download.com, by the way, if download.com is still around. But you know, they ship the file with a virus. They ship all of their stuff with malware or viruses.
Or it's a download where you got to make sure like you are paying damn well attention. I know they constantly changed it over the years, but I remember like at one point you just accidentally install what is it called? You know, like some shit like the Ask Jeeves toolbar.
Yep. Looking for the RPY file. Why is it not opening with there? Oh, there you go. So this is what RenPy looks like on the inside. So it does use Python, and as you can see, it's very simplified. You declare your images here, and game starts here. You add labels.
Oh, you can just use these keywords like vampire,
Yep.
village.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, and you can declare everything here. Declare the characters, etc. Healthy dose of malware. Yeah, this is how it works. Basically, but it's, file return here, and will clear, and will clear. Like, it has its own documentation, RenPy, and nowadays it's GUI based now. So it's even easier. Basically, it's a visual novel scripting engine for making your own visual novels, which is totally unnecessary nowadays. Because, you can just do it in HTML5 or something, which I did.
Yeah, I did. So Yeah, but like, is there a tool? Like, does Ren'Py make it easier or more organized to do the work in some way?
This is what Ren'Py looks like.
Okay, so it's like, literally, it's not like.
It's a scripting engine.
And then the program is what does the interpretation, but the actual fundamental coding is here.
Yeah, this is how you do it, and then you just run. I guess there's a UI where you can run it. You can run the script and test out the game, and you know, if something goes wrong, you get a traceback error. Then it tells you which line you goofed in. Sometimes it's something as simple as not indenting it properly. Yeah, it's pretty sensitive about stuff like that. So this is basically the most powerful visual novel engine that we have right now. This is the most advanced visual novel engine around. And it's pretty clunky. Although I'm not sure, I haven't tried Ren'Py for a while. For a good decade or so. Well, not really. I did use Ren'Py for that FF6 PN, but it was the older version of Ren'Py which I already had here. I didn't even bother downloading the new one. Because I was like, this one works, why would I?
Yeah, I mean,
See, that's just how I work. I'm using this super old version of Ren'Py because it works. It still works for me, and why would I need to update it? Oh, you get new libraries, it's much smoother. Now it supports Live 2D. Well, I don't use Live 2D stuff on my stuff. He's playing multiplayer.
If you were using it, if you were using the needing, had the need, you would, but
yeah, but I don't.
That you have to use that.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I operate. Like, if I needed to use the Live 2D stuff, then I need to learn how Ren'Py integrates that and how to make it work. That's another thing with Linux. Let's say I wanted to make a new visual novel, then I'm not sure how comfy it would be to like move files around, like or when saving files, find the right directory, because I'm very disorganized. I like to save my stuff wherever I want. Like, I have this thing called 7-Eleven inside of my Google Drive. I have this folder called 7-Eleven. I dump all my stuff there. Like, I dump drafts of images that I'm drawing. I dump drafts of stories that I'm writing. And even Little Witch No Better's folder is right there. So yeah, there's no organization whatsoever there. But I just put it there because it's on Google Drive, so I'm pretty sure that it's secure at least.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it's called 7-Eleven because one time I just took a bunch of pics of food from 7-Eleven and I dumped it all there. And I was like, okay, here's a new folder. Maybe I'll just keep using this new folder that I made and put everything else new in here. So yeah, that's how I work. And
most of it would just work, yeah.
And if I had to switch to Linux, I'd be like,
it might
okay,
still work.
yeah, it might still work, but okay, how do I do this? How do I do that? Stuff like that. And like every time I need to do something, I need to Google it or maybe ask Lexus. Okay, Bessie, how do I do this? How do I do that? So for me, that's just a lot of mental overhead that I don't need. Because with Windows, I already invested the time back then when I had nothing else to do. Like,
oh yeah.
I had all the time in the world when I didn't have a steady 56k connection. I could only use the internet for 5 hours a month or something. And, sharing the internet connection with the entire family, and we had like, I don't know, 20 hours or so, and my sister would be like, okay, you get 5 hours. I get the rest. Like, okay. nothing I can do about that. So,
Yeah.
what I did was, during that time, or what I did, because I couldn't really use the internet that much, I'd rather just use, my 5 hours to download ROMs and emulators. So that, I have tons of games to play when I'm not online.
Yep.
So, all I did while downloading was, mess around with Windows. How do I do this? How do I do that? What happens when I right-click this? What happens if I choose to open this particular file in Notepad? Oh, it crashed the computer. Yay. Not enough RAM. You ever try that? Like open an executable file in Notepad or WordPad. So yeah, that's how I operate. And because I've already familiarized myself to some extent with how Windows works. Like, at this point, I'm just not willing to put in the time to relearn how to work an operating system just because it offers some imaginary gains, which I probably will never feel myself.
They're not imagined by the people who find the gains useful. You don't want those gains. Those are not gains to you. It's like you're gonna use time to learn how to use the thing that, like I have a coworker at work, and we talk about things. Sometimes it's cool. Sometimes he'll chew my ear off when I'm just trying to hang out and chat here or something. But anyway, well, one of the things that he'll sometimes do is he'll be eating something and he'll give you unwanted input, unsolicited advice. And it'll be that ramen noodles, you should get take the beef jerky, break it up into little bits to give it a little more flavor, and eat it like this. And they're like, oh, that's cool, but I think I just eat the ramen. It's simpler, and frankly, this doesn't do it for me. The idea of putting my beef jerky into my ramen.
Yep.
But the other thing was I'm drinking coffee one morning, having some sweet potato fries, I think, or some kind of French fries. I'm just having French fries. I just woke up. I just got to work. I didn't eat yet because usually I don't eat until I get to work. So now I'm having my breakfast at my desk with a coffee. And he's telling me how potatoes and coffee don't go good together. I'm like, what, does it make you sick? What? He's like, no, it's a culinary thing. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking hungry.
What does the ROM stand for? It says neural heating. Well, ROM, read only memory. But in this case, it stands for the ROMs for games,
Which are also read-only memory, because the file for the ROM is read-only. But true, you're ripping a ROM. The original source is a cartridge with a ROM chip on it. And ROM chips, of course, you can mass-produce them cheaply. You only write to them once. And the idea, of course, you don't want people to rewrite something once it's been sold, because, it's a game that represents Nintendo or some corporation, and they don't want to be blamed for bugs that they
Nintendo.
That's why you usually have a battery in the cartridge, because it has to use a separate chip to store the data.
So, Ronnie, can you actually think of any actual benefits to using Linux for somebody like me?
No, Windows has to rub you the wrong way, or Windows has to do something so wrong. It has to violate your workflow. If Microsoft makes a major change to Windows that totally disrupts your ability to make good use of your computer, that would be the day. But
I think I think that's the key word here. Making good use of my computer. As long as I can use my computer for what I want, I'm very comfy with how Windows works. So yeah, I think that's the key word there, the key phrase.
It works. Is that the key phrase that it works?
Yep. That, I just need to, I just need to be able to make good use of it, because I view the computer as a means to an end. Basically, it's a means to play games, do my VTuber stuff, do my creative stuff. So the operating system is the least of my worries, and operating system, what it stands for, security or whatever. Like, what would somebody even steal from me?
Like for me, like one of the things I learned early on when I was using Unix on a server or BSC was that you can have like a 60-day, 90-day, 80-day uptime, and that was something that like on Windows you could do if you were crazy, but sooner or later something would go wrong and either the computer would reboot due to update, due to blue screen death, or something else. But like you shut off your computer because you don't want your computer on when you go to bed. It's hot in the Philippines.
Actually, I keep my computer on all the time.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, but you're not running anything in the background that would be a problem if it rebooted on.
Like, well, I have to make sure that I'm not running anything in the background that could get corrupted or anything because, we get freaking blackouts here for no apparent reason. So the power could just get cut off at any time.
And yeah, so the server would handle that, but it's like you're not running a server. You're not hosting anything.
Yeah, but if the power gets cut off, the server goes down with it.
And so you're not looking to count uptimes like that. I think I've done like 2-3 week uptimes on Windows.
Would I even be able to get to like 3 months of uptime? No, because more power will make sure there's at least one blackout every week. So what's the point?
Now there are some legendary feats that wouldn't do it for you, but if somebody wanted the ability to upgrade their operating system kernel without rebooting the computer, now most Linux systems won't do that today, but it's possible. Someone did it with BSD once. They literally upgraded the kernel of the operating system without rebooting, but really by the time they did it, they might as well have rebooted their computer because like the server applications were still running. I'm pretty sure when you yank out the kernel, you have to restart all your services anyway.
Okay.
But it was just one of those weird things that people touted about.
So basically, it's a feat to be able to.
In that case, it is. But a more relevant example would be years ago, Microsoft ran Hotmail. What operating system did they host Hotmail on? I'll give you a hint, it wasn't Windows.
Okay.
Well, you're not hosting an email server. So once again, there's no reason to sell that.
Oh, that's interesting about upgrading the kernel without restarting the operating system. That kind of sounds like a feat from Dark Souls. So there's this one guy who basically showed how what was that? How you can beat the entire game without ever fighting any of the bosses. Which or was it something like that? No, how you can get the Moonlight Sword, which is a very late game sword, without before you even fight the first boss is how he did it. So he got a very late game sword before even fighting the first boss of the game. But if you look at how he did it, you might as well play through the whole game. Because it was such a roundabout and very complex way of doing it. And then basically he went back to the first boss after getting the sword. So he didn't fight any of the bosses, and then he got the sword, and then he went back to the first boss. So that he could use the sword on the first boss. And, that's kind of how it sounds to me, this upgrading the kernel without restarting the operating system.
It's more like showing that it can be done. So if you were running a boat...
It's like a proof of concept.
It really was. And then there's a funny story where there was a server at some university in Massachusetts, I think, and they couldn't find it. They saw it on the network as like server 54. And they're like, server 54, where are you? So one day they finally find it. They bust down a wall. At some point they had a server in a room that got closed off when they remodeled the building. And that computer was just plugged into the network and power supply.
Okay.
And it kept running for like 30 years.
This is still running. Okay.
Yeah, it was still running reliably. It was accessible. It was like nobody physically touched the machine. It just kept running.
Well, that's a story that could never happen here with how frequent our power outages are.
Unless it was a university with its own, generator or something like that.
Yeah, the universities here do have their own generator, but, it's not seamless. When the power goes out, it goes out.
Oh. Where I work, we have a rooftop generator for the mainframe. And it's specifically designed where, like, when they do a test, I get notified because I have to make sure, like, if something goes south, that I'm ready. But luckily, so far, there's never been a power test where the kickoff, it has the ability to, like, it's like a fraction of a second, but it's like, it's within the time frame that the machines can handle it. Even my computer, like, there's a power outage that happens really quickly. My computer doesn't always restart. Sometimes Windows will crash or blue screen, then it'll restart. Other times the power goes out, and then as soon as the power comes back on, the computer turns itself back on. My backyard PC doesn't really do that, so if the power outage is more than half a second or more than a second, I have to go back outside and turn on my backyard PC because I never enabled the BIOS setting that causes it to turn back on when AC power. Because like, there's a setting in the BIOS where if you lose power for like, let's say a day, or 2 or 3, when the power comes back, it'll automatically turn the computer back on.
So from using this basically I don't know, Frankenstein version of the Linux experience, I'd say from just this much, I'm already pretty comfy with using it, but I never use it anyway.
Yeah.
It's just like okay, let's see how hard this is, but yeah, it's not that hard, but I'm not comfy with it. Personally, it just doesn't suit how I'm used to doing things, and I'm pretty sure it would just delay me and give me headaches.
I mean,
That's why I don't upgrade from Photoshop CS4. It just works for me.
Look, I like installing drivers where I just download the driver and install it. If I was running Linux on this machine and a game didn't work right and I had to update the driver, like I remember for my MB Media server, I have to remember when I update MB to make sure I don't accidentally update the NVIDIA drivers. Then if the NVIDIA drivers are a different version than the ones on the server, and the virtual machine has a newer version, now I have to like either downgrade one or upgrade one. Dumb shit like that, but it's like, it works out for MB, but like about games, it's really games. And I know like my friend brought up, he goes, oh, well the reason that some games don't support anti-cheat is because the developers aren't supporting it, not because it doesn't exist. But it's like, well, yeah, the developers might be assholes, but the fact is that if I wanted to play a game with anti-cheat, it's not available. I don't care whose fault it is. The fact is, it's not available. Now, yeah, now, that said, I don't play games with anti-cheat really, so it's not really an obstacle. But I know enough, like, about my Steam Deck experience has been surprisingly good. I didn't expect it to be that good out of the box.
I mean, usually those are for just esports titles or, competitive multiplayer games.
Yeah.
League of Legends, I think. Yeah, something like that.
And yeah, I definitely fit the bill. And that'd be like, that's one of the things I thought about. I said, well, what if I want to play Fortnite? Well, I guess if I really embrace Linux on this machine, I would still have a hard drive that I could boot up off that runs Windows, so that I can simply, play the multiplayer games in that, and then reboot into Linux. But like, I never liked dual boots. I found that dual boots, you end up picking one OS over the other one, and then the rest of it comes wasted space. And even if you use that OS like 10% of the time, it's like that's still 40 gigs, 80 gigs that you don't have available. I mean, you could make it available with additional tricks, but not really, because you're not going to install your programs to a Linux file system from the Windows side, even if you could write to it. When you could do that, it'd just be insane.
Yep.
Like, I honestly don't know. I would have to be honest, to truly give like judgment how hard it would be, I'd have to be willing to boot up Linux. And even though I'm not willing to boot up Linux on this machine, like I mean, I'd have to like literally, I guess I'd have a spare hard drive or SSD, which I can't even put hard drives in my hotspot base right now because I misplaced the keys. I gotta clean my desk to find the keys in my hotspot base. They literally use keys to turn on the hard drive. But they're like vending machine keys, so I mean, I'm sure I'll find it eventually, or I'll find the tool to launch, but
Like,
I gotta find the key.
oh, here's another example, I guess. Like, for some things on my computer, I use like several different apps which work in conjunction with each other, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Just to do something like maybe patch a ROM file, or I don't know, to play a particular game. So like I usually, you know how I find some weird solutions to certain problems. Like I've done that for a number of things on these Windows apps. So on Linux, I'd be worried that if I ran into a problem with some of these arcane Windows apps that I like to run, that I wouldn't be able to figure out how to get them running again the way I want them to. So basically, what I'm saying is I've customized a lot of my desktop experience on Windows in a way where I'm just very comfy with how it works. Like just being able to right-click on something and run app locale, for example, for Japanese programs, and then have then have like a Japanese environment. And if that doesn't work, there are other workarounds. I'd be worried if I made a total switch to Linux without access to a Windows environment. Like, what if I ran into like, what do we call those? Edge cases, I guess. Into a particular situation wherein.
Well, it's like the more and more edge cases. I don't know like exactly where we're at yet, but like that's like the Steam Deck was a big edge case in my opinion, and that like when I used that for the first time, I was like a lot of the edge cases were solved on that. That's what blew my mind. But you have some examples too that you gave, and
yeah, but usually my problems are just mine. That's a main thing. Because of the way I use my PC, usually the problems that come out are not shared by other users. So I have to resolve the problems myself. And
some of the problems will be like similar like causes, but I get what you're saying, like the specific ones, yeah.
Yeah, and if I ran into similar problems on Linux, I wouldn't really know how to resolve them. As I'd be fighting with the operating system and my familiarity with it, rather than actually solving the problem.
Oh yeah, you'd be playing whack-a-mole, solving a new problem.
Yeah, like with my game, for example, Little Beach No Better. Like I ran into tons of problems just implementing new systems into it. Or sometimes it would be just like a new feature, like adding a visual novel ending. I'd be like, why didn't this work? Because if you just look at the code, you'd be like, okay, this is supposed to work 100%. It's very simple. So I send it to Bestie, so I send it to Google Gemini. And I'm like, okay, tell me why this doesn't work. And they both have different opinions on why it doesn't work. Try this, try this, try that, try this. And,
Were those
those types of
truly-
problems are unique to the game itself. And to how it's
game.
put together.
but not necessarily HTML5 is HTML5. So
Yeah.
what fixes HTML5 on one system will probably work the same on Linux.
Yeah, it would. But if you tell an AI to solve a particular problem you have, they'd usually come up with different solutions. And you'd have to weigh the solutions yourself, which ones actually solve your problem. Or if they actually even solve your problem. Then you try them yourself and you figure, oh, none of these work at all.
That's true. Uh-oh, sound went up.
And yeah, I know some people would use GitHub, like I think you mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people would use GitHub. Well, I'm not comfy with using GitHub. I just use Google Drive, and I have like a manual. I have like a manual copy somewhere else, a manual safe copy that's stable, so that I can experiment with the other copy. So that's basically how I do it. And yeah, it's not ideal. It's not the most optimized way of doing things.
That's how I did a lot of my scripts with FFmpeg when I was doing the video encoding scripting for the PDAs. 90% of it was like, saving different versions. A couple of times I made a mistake where I overwrote a version, and because I was doing it locally, not through Google Drive, I didn't always have a previous snapshot. Sometimes I get lucky, I press Control Z like 4 times and get it back. But that's when I started, like, what I did was when I had I didn't use GitHub consistently or all the time, but what I would do is anytime I had a major, like, version change that was good, like everything worked perfectly, and I was about to mess with it, I would definitely make sure to save that version to GitHub, just like to be damn sure I don't make any mistakes overriding it. But that was more like because I wasn't really using GitHub properly, but I was always updating the version that was working. So I would mess with it. I would save multiple versions locally, or I have like the copies, and then I would only push or whatever they call it, commit the versions that like were actually already refined. So it does lose some of the audit trail, but it works because now if I can't find that file locally, I have that on GitHub along with the previous version. So like only the previous
There we go. It's weird how the sound keeps cutting out for some reason. Okay.
Yep.
So, one of Linux philosophies, or one of its benefits, apparently is customizability. But what if my ideal Linux customizability is actually Windows?
Well, then you literally do that. Although I think that if someone's like only choosing a Linux distro because it looks like Windows, just use Windows.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
but
What if
realistically,
the actual Windows is my Linux?
But what you're seeing that's very interesting is that the one that we both each ran with FCE, it pretty much takes on that visual style. I mean, it's got the Windows 95 start button.
And it still doesn't feel like Windows for me.
Well,
or rather, it feels like somebody's custom install of Windows, and not mine.
Well, that's the crazy thing, is that you can customize it further. It's someone else's customization.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen somebody make it look exactly like Windows 11.
Which I think is like totally unnecessary. Like at that point, don't even bother. But using Linux, I mean. But like these, if you can't come up with a better user interface than Windows 11, then I don't know. Then you might as well use Windows 11.
Yep.
But like
Windows for 10, me, the interface for Windows 11 or Windows in general is very comfy. Like I like it. I like the way it works.
I need my start menu shortcuts. I need the searchable start menu. I get that on Windows 10. I really prefer being able to make the taskbar thinner. I don't like how the Windows 7 taskbar became fat, like became double wide. I know why they did it, because screen resolutions got higher, and you want the date and time in the bottom right corner. But I wanted that slim taskbar like Windows 95, and I didn't like how they collapsed the buttons into each other. But I understand that when your modern computers have so much RAM, people open up so much crap that you can't read what's on the taskbar buttons anyway, so maybe it makes sense to combine them. But I have an ultra wide monitor. I have 3 monitors total, well, 4 if we count the drawing tablet. So there's plenty of room for my taskbar buttons to spread out. I like being able to see the names of the applications. That's something that I get out of the even default window managers. If I'm using XFCE, for example, I get that nowadays. I actually had a Linux distro I liked a lot, where everything was iconified. There was basically 4 virtual desktops, or 4 spaces, and at the top of the screen there would just be 4 like rectangles, 1, 2, 3, 4, and every time you open up an app, whichever of those 4 rectangles was highlighted, the app icon would pop up over there, but it wouldn't show you the name of the app. You'd have to float your mouse over it, And in fact, yours, did you even see that? So see that blue square at the top? Top right third of the on the top right third of the taskbar. It's on the upper right, not bottom right.
Yep.
Okay, so those blue squares are virtual desktops. If you click on the black square to the right of the blue square, you'll see that the highlight changes. So if you have an application open in one of those already, you'll see that they're like virtual monitors in a way. So the idea is that if you have let's say a VideoTube open, you'd have VideoTube on one virtual desktop and you'd leave it there, and then
Windows has a similar feature.
It does, and it didn't have it until Linux had it first. But jokes aside,
does it matter?
It's one of those quality of life enhancements that makes it potentially superior to Windows. Because it's a way of consolidating icons. But
I'm not even gonna argue whether which one is superior. Just which one works better for me in particular.
Well, it's superior for me. I'm not saying it's superior for you, but you don't use that workflow in Windows already. But in Linux, like you see,
I don't even have another desktop open right now. I have one desktop.
Yeah, I mean, they're always there. They don't take up any extra RAM. They're just kind of there, waiting to be used. I used to use it on Apple a little bit, but on Linux, I found myself using it a little bit more. It's mainly if I have a terminal open, and I want to be able to shuffle between the terminal and you know, like I have your stream in a pop-out window usually, and I'll have the chat window open somewhere. It just depends. You can move windows across them. Yeah, I'm not selling it. I'm just mentioning it's one of the unique things about it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, those, something like this, huh? And why is this so open? All these.
So see how when you switch the taskbar icons disappear? So it's sort of
Yeah.
like, you know, what's going on
I
there.
get it. Right.
It's not really selling point, but I mean, like, functionally, like, the crazy thing is, like, this one's trying to look like the Apple dock, and that's the crazy thing about XFCE. My XFCE looked more like Windows, and this one here looks like a like more like Apple, but it behaves like Windows when you click on the applications menu. I personally don't like it as much, but it's not terrible.
Well, you know.
The sky's the limit. Like I think in the settings in the control panel, whatever they call it, it lets you switch between a bunch of different like layouts that are different, like radically different. So there's like a lot more themes bundled with this probably. If I had to guess, I'm actually not sure. I'd have to try that out myself. But it's not a selling point. I mean, it works. If Windows ever collapses, at least this is available.
Well, you know, I've never been big on customization myself.
Okay, so I mean, generally whatever ships works.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I customize is my wallpaper.
Mm-hmm.
Which I've already done here. Immediately.
Good wallpaper. And like, what was it? My wallpaper is actually a picture that spans, like it's a really high-res image.
Like, you remember those Windows 98 themes? They'd change all your buttons. And
oh my
even
god,
add,
like those were terrible because
sound
they would
effects.
just like, make a mess of the OS.
Yeah, they even add sound effects and music.
Oh, those were good.
whatever.
Oh, yeah. I remember I used to go to a website called themeworld.com. It would add sound effects. It would, of course, change a lot of the buttons, but like, it would still be within a. It was a sound. It was like the best parts were the mouse cursors and the sounds. But it'd be like mouse cursors, sounds, and wallpaper, and then the rest of it was like I could take it or leave it. Like the fonts. Generally, the fonts just didn't jive right, but sometimes you'd have a font that would actually match the theme. Like if you're doing a Star Trek theme and you wanted Star Trek fonts everywhere, it would bring that. I used to like being able to like right click on something and you get like the lightsaber sound, like zoom, or some cool shit like that. And that's the thing that's like nothing to do with Linux. It just that's the thing we're missing today. Like I don't know why that stopped being a thing. I feel like that like. It's like, and you could still change the cursors on Windows. Like, hell, I'm gonna see if I could, like, yeah. I mean, that's a whole other topic. Well, Windows 10. What would I do? Gundam? I want Gundam cursors. Gundam. Here we are. I can have Amuro. I can also download a virus on his website. Apparently, yeah. Interesting. Why would someone get Koyuraki as a mouse person? Oh no, right. Oh, I get Haro. I want Haro. Oh my god, it's so cute. Yeah, I want the Haro.
Alright, yeah, I think he's coming up to 6 a.m. actually. So it's time to end the stream. This was interesting. I'll do an actual install on a virtual machine of maybe another Linux distro this Monday. Tomorrow I'll be doing art basically, and even if I close this, it's gonna keep running. So I'd better use PowerShell, whatever.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, so how's that? Can you just go to applications, click shutdown, or what does it do?
WSL shutdown.
Huh, gotcha. Okay, so you can issue shutdown command. Okay.
There we go.
Well,
then just
glad you had
close
fun.
the remote desktop thing. Alright.
I'll ask questions about this during the week. If I have any questions. Now you got me. I'll have questions during the week about this. Like,
okay.
But for now, have a good sleep. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me and Oris. Oris, have a good night. Chat, have a good night.
Later.
Alexis. See ya.
Yep. Bye-bye. Alright. So, see you guys tomorrow for another art stream. I'll be doing, Aris, Mega Man X thingy. And, maybe, some other sketches. That's it. Thank you for watching. This has been Elle-C with my bestie Lexus, and you're out of here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
A wounded heart can never heal. It learns to bear the pain it feels. A wounded heart will never heal. It grieves, it pines, it just conceals. A wounded heart